Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm going to ask everybody to please take a seat, and we're going to start our meeting. First, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Jones, could you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we have the consent agenda. Nothing has been pulled. Could I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. That was unanimous. Next, we have public comment. If we could have the names up on the screen. Okay, Ms. Rainey, we'll start with you. What a surprise.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak about the amphitheater in Southeast Raleigh. I met with citizens.
Ms.
Go ahead
Rainey,
on.
you cannot talk about the amphitheater or the street closure as part of
No,
public.
I'm talking about the one in Southeast Raleigh.
You mean
Walnut Creek.
Okay.
I got you, Mayor. I got you. I'm not going to do that to the public hearing. I'm talking about the amphitheater in Southeast
Could we
Raleigh.
start the timer, please?
As you know, the amphitheater was created and brought on by Ralph Campbell. That has been broken promises. With the amphitheater, it was promised that it would be a lot of things. It ended up being none of those things. All it is a placeholder. That's all it is. I met with 20 residents, and they wanted moved. I'm just going to leave it like that. They wanted moved because they want that space to be used differently. And one of the suggestions that came out was a theme park. That came out very, very highly. Now, I just met with 20 people about the amphitheater. It brings in nothing but traffic galore on Rockwire Road. And then after they have the concerts, nothing ever happened. Broken promises. It was supposed to be an economic development tool, but it has not been that whatsoever at all. The 20 people I met with, they talked about they can't even get home when there's concerts. It's so jam-packed. And they have to get home. And the 20 that I met with told me they have to get home to their children. But you can't do that. I used to serve on the board, the advisory board, when the Walnut Creek was first formed. And there was a lot of things happening. But we still had to answer the people's question about the traffic, about the noise, about the activities. Then it all went away. Nothing is happening now. It is a disaster. So they asked me, instead I was going to talk about it, I ain't going to talk about it now, but they did ask me to say that the amphitheater need to move. It serves no purpose in Southeast Raleigh, and it was full of broken promises, the promises that never, ever happened. And what they are suggesting is we look at a theme park for that area.
Thank you. Bill Massey? And if Jenny Lou Laughlin could be prepared to speak next, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I guess if I keep coming, I'm going to become as popular as this young lady right here. Anyway, I want to start by thanking you for the existence of the GO Access paratransit system in general, and for the Transit Assistance Program in particular, which is a program that exempts many of the people who are blind or disabled from having to pay fares for the paratransit system based on income. And with that in mind, I just want to bring one situation to your attention. When I checked into the statistics about 10 days ago, 606 people had used the paratransit system in the last 6 months. And of that 600, a little over 500 had applied for and qualified for the TAP program. Now, of the roughly 100 people that are left, let's say half of them are senior citizens. And I'm sure some of them have applied and been approved since those statistics came out. But let's say 50 of them are senior citizens who do not qualify to ride for free under the TAP program. And we know that, or I know from checking this instance, that there are roughly 118,000 people in Raleigh over 65 years old, all of whom are eligible to ride the regular Go Access transit system for free. So if you look at that statistically, that means that of the 118,000 senior constituents, 50 of us have to pay a fare. That's 0.0004%. 0.4% will have to pay to ride the system. Now, anecdotally, I am involved in about 3 different visually impaired support programs in which about 40 people are enrolled. And of the 40 people, 3 of us will have to pay to use the paratransit system. And so all I'm asking of you is to consider those statistics and consider whether you think that is fair and conscionable. And if it is, then we will be gladly paying the fare because we don't have a choice. Now, when I ask why that is the case, I was told, well, you get door-to-door service. Now, door-to-door service
Bill, your time is up.
Okay, fine.
But I'm going to ask the city manager to follow up with us on this, and I appreciate you coming out today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jenny Lou? Do you need some assistance?
Hi. Good afternoon to the council members and the mayor. I'm Jenny Lou Laughlin, and I am here to advocate for the free seniors on the paratransit system. Bill Massey and I have been working with Sean Abrams for a year now. We started after all the confusion over the rollout of the new plan last year. And it's been very successful. We've had a lot of things come up that he was able to address and rectify, and it's been a wonderful experience. But when we asked him about the 65 and over being free, he said that would have to go to council, that was a council decision. So that's why we're here. In Raleigh, we do not have free service for seniors over 65 on the paratransit system. The federal guidelines are that we pay twice what the regular fixed route fares are. Well, 0 times 2 is still 0. So I feel that that's very fair. I contacted the Cary paratransit system, and they have free fares for their seniors who ride on the fixed route parameter using paratransit. I contacted Durham. They are not making anybody pay right now and won't be doing that until possibly next spring or summer. So they could not tell me what they were doing. The Raleigh Go Access, Go Triangle Access does give free fares for seniors. So I'm asking that you look at this, and you would make my day if you would say, yes, we're going to do that. And that's really all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you. As you heard, our city manager is going to be looking at this and reporting back to us. Thank you. Speaker 4. Okay, Speaker 5.
This is Mrs. Sotori. You have to bear with me as my emotions are very high tense today. On Sunday morning, we received the news of my husband's family members being killed in Gaza. He lost another family members as he lost in the past few months. 5 family members have been targeted and killed while they're just going to check on their destroyed home. And Mayor Baldwin, my name is Maysa. I've been coming here for months, and you never can be able to call my name. But you're able to call everybody else over here. But if somebody's here coming to come and speak about Palestine, you just dehumanize everybody and just call us by numbers. We're not numbers.
Excuse me. The only people I called by name were the 2 people who were visually impaired.
This is not the first time. I've been coming here every month.
Thank you.
3 weeks from now, it's going to be 1 year to have the annual for the genocide. Israel killed over 40,000 people, killed children, women, men, bombed innocent civilians' houses, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches. All the infrastructures are gone. 80% of the infrastructures of Gaza is gone. And you can imagine how small is Gaza, and all these amount of bombs are dropping on of them every single day. They killed journalists, they killed doctors, they killed their own hostages. They killed people in tents sleeping, where they told them to go and flee, which is a safe zone. They let the army dogs attack a handicapped boy, ripped him to pieces to death. Israel last week actually killed an American activist. A bullet in the head in West Bank. A bullet in the head. And our government comes and say, it's an unfortunate event. And they are sorry. Just because they are going there and just being on Palestinian sides, they don't have any value and disqualify them from being American citizen. I'm coming here for months. We're asking and begging you to stand up and say, ceasefire, stop funding army the genocide, and bring the hostages back. Keep the money inside here. Feed the homelesses. Take care of our veterans. Take care of our middle class. Provide affordable housing. Is it too hard to do the right thing? Free Palestine.
Number 6. Speaker number 6. Okay.
Good afternoon. It's another amazing day in paradise. Thank you for your service. It's been really nice to see so many of you out in the community lately. I also want to give a shout out to all the city staff I've met recently or been seeing over and over again, and even those I haven't met but know are around to say thank you. There are so many City of Raleigh workers who continue to show up when it's not during their regularly scheduled shift. Thank you to everyone for their service because I realize they could be elsewhere, especially when some of them are facing disgruntled citizens, which is the perfect intro into my comments. I'm not disgruntled, but there are many whose nervous systems are very unregulated. I definitely have my concerns, though. I want to continue by acknowledging the unhoused community next because I'm going to talk about the Amphitheater project. I know the taxes I've paid on my hotel stays are contributing to it.
Mom,
Since I know,
hate to interrupt, if you could stop that. We have a public hearing later on the amphitheater, so that topic is not allowed during public comment. That's reserved for public hearing. Yes, those are our rules. You can't talk during public comment about a topic that is coming before us in public hearing.
even if I probably won't get a chance to speak during the public hearing?
You didn't sign up for the public hearing, but those are our rules. Thank you.
I didn't know that. When was that implemented?
I've been on council for 15 years, so that's been the rule ever since I've been here.
Interesting. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, speakers 7, 8, and 9. Is speaker 7 here or 8? Okay, speaker 9, please.
Hello, my name is Brian McGinnis. Good afternoon, council members, everybody here. Beautiful, bustling day for democracy. I'm here to speak. I went to the West Bank, Palestine, myself, August 20th, and I got back on the 12th. And I really experienced a lot of violence, all perpetrated by the Israeli military. They're very intense as a presence at traffic control points. I would drive by in these taxis and they'd follow me with their, military guns as we're driving by. This is all in the Jordan Valley, mostly. It's 95% controlled by Israel. And so I had a gun pointed in my face. Get down off the wall. And the guy muzzled me with his AR-15, pushed me off the wall, threw 2 stun grenades over the wall, and boom, boom. Had laser sights pointed at me. What our mission was, I was there, part of an organization that stands with Palestinians in immediate threat through settler violence, and the settlers work hand in hand with the Israeli military. And so they really did. On this one weekend, I arrived and saw the military on patrol and then the settlers grouping up behind them. And they infiltrated the city from, corner of the city, and they came in with rocks, and they were throwing rocks at me while I was videotaping the whole thing. And they're throwing rocks at me, and then I heard a bullet whiz by my head. And then also some metal case projectile flung right near me and glazed off my elbow. And this was just me standing at the edge of this town, this Palestinian town, which was surrounded by settlements. And that was the introduction of to weekly or monthly conflict they have with these surrounding settlements. The youth gather together and get all frenzied up and make these attacks, and it's a very repetitive process. They come in, they try to burn houses. That doesn't work because the houses are made of stone. They burn the trees or olive groves. They just do what they can to vandalize and terrify people. So that was one attack. There was other, lots of settler harassment. It's a real shame. These homesteads these homesteads are created by very strong Bedouin men and families that can live off the land. And the land is very hot, very deserty. They have sheep, they have goats. They live off the land, and it's very prideful and amazing and admirable. But these little teenage settlers come up and they just play their music, and they're obnoxious as they can be, and they just harass those Bedouins. And then they create a conflict where there's some scuffle-buffle, and then the police show up and take the settlers' side completely, and then they cause the indigenous people to move Wherever they move, they are not allowed to move. They steal their equipment. It's endless. That's how it was. I'm not lying.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 10, 11, and 12. Speaker 10.
Hello, my name is Athena Wallen. I am a Brookside Drive resident, and I've been yapping at you for a really long time, but not long enough. Yesterday, or actually Sunday, I sent out an email to the whole city council with images of the upslope creek, or the upslope bank of the property across from mine. I have a creek that runs through the back of my yard. It's magical and amazing, and I want so many people to fall in love with it. That's why I am so tethered to emotion with this. Our stormwater creeks are suffering. They are falling apart. And it's complicating things with development. It's complicating things with sustainability endeavors. It's complicating things for our own stormwater management to successfully manage the stormwater, because it's a new sort of information for us. There's a lot of data that we need to understand, that we need to look at, that we need to analyze, that we need to figure out what other variables about stormwater and erosion are we missing. I found out by happenstance, because we were trying to add a little screened-in something, we had to get a surveyor to come out and survey our property. So ideally, you go out, you find your pins, and then it's a day's work and no big deal. They had to come back out 3 times because the pins at the back of the creek were washed away completely. In 2015, when we moved into our home, that pin, well, one of the pins was marked at a height of 17 feet, 16 some odd so-ons. This year, that same location, they had to hammer in a new pin at 12 feet. 5 feet of that bank across the creek from my home is gone. It washed away down the creek somewhere. We should be paying attention to where that's going because it's creating issues. And I want to rehabilitate them, and we need to. And you have to realize that with these neighborhood creeks, we have neighborhood green spaces. We have ways to connect communities. We have a citywide need to rehabilitate stormwater creeks and communities that need it. We need your help. Please, I don't know what else I can do. My yard is an example, but it's for the entire city. Stormwater is a utility, and we need to keep it intact. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 11.
I'm Jay Spain, and I want to discuss Raleigh's badly broken public process. Let's consider this question. Who is they? Some of the best stories have a good guy and a bad guy. Good is supposed to triumph over evil, the bad guy in the end. How does our city government decide which is which? Who is the good guy? Who is the bad guy? The good guy wants a hypothetical place to stay the same. The bad guy wants to change it. But what happens in Raleigh when there's no bad guy? That's when the use of the word they gets interesting. They want to change it. We have to make a decision immediately so they can do this terrible deed to us good guys. We good guys have to do anything we can to keep they from taking it away forever. But who are they? Do they actually exist? What if we all want the same thing, except to consider all options before a change is made? Well, okay, let's make up an enemy. The infamous they. Instead of Voldemort or Darth Vader or the Wicked Witch of the West, we will call the evil bad guy they. And of course, websites. I got the wrong page. Nope. And of course, websites where you can easily take action by clicking a link to email City Council. We even send emails to our employees to tell them you can save your job. They want to end your jobs. We tell small business owners downtown that your livelihood is at stake. Step up, be a hero, save us from the formidable they. We make it urgent. We give no other choices. We make it an election issue so everyone has to vote against the all-powerful, evil, terrible they. We spend a lot of time and money promoting the fight against they, and anybody who has a better idea is a they. Or if you want public input and engagement, then you are a they. But who is really the bad guy? Isn't it the people who invented the evil they? The question before us today is whether you choose to believe a fabrication, a fable, a myth. Oh, come on, let's just call it what it is, a bold, flagrant untruth, a lie. But one thing is very true. They is the bad guy, and they is who made up this lie.
Can we have speaker number 12 come up? Is speaker number 12 here? Okay, thank you.
One of the speakers who's up there came in afterwards, but they're here. Keisha Monk.
Oh,
I think she was number 8 or 7.
okay.
Thank you, Corey. Good afternoon. Did you know that Home Depot has a sale every year where you can get 5 bags of mulch for $10? That's a steal, right? And further research shows that you can even build a 4-foot fence for as little as $2 per lineal foot. So let that marinate for a moment while I tell you what happened last week when Eugene Myrick and I were at Moore Square feeding the unhoused. We met a lady named Miss Anna Mae. She was a 70-year-old former city bus driver. And with tears in her eyes, she told us about the stigma that she faces every day as a homeless woman. She talked about how people in the city see the homeless as lazy, addicted, or mentally ill, when in reality, she's just someone who hit hard times. Now, if for anything, Nicole Williams and Mama Kai have given you their personal account of what it's like to be unhoused in this very chamber over and over and over and over again. And some council members care, while others are consistent in making decisions utilizing empathy, and others, well, they simply don't care, and that's the way it feels. But, that's cool, but, that's neither here nor there. But anyway, back to that mulch and the wire fencing that I was talking about. The conversation that we had with Miss Anna Mae literally took place in front of a dog park that cost $100,000, fully stacked with mulch and a fence. No saltwater pool, no trampoline, just a fence and some mulch. And I love dogs just as much as the next person, but I can't help but to question our priorities when I see numbers like that. We can find 6 figures for a place where dogs can run around in the mulch, but we can't seem to address the basic human dignity of people like Miss Anna Mae, people who have worked for the city, people who have shaped the city. I think it's time that we prioritize the humans who have built and served this community. We need to prioritize people who continue to serve in a public capacity. City Council, I am so frustrated and I am so incredibly hurt because there are people who are living in the woods right next to my home. And while it would be less painful for me to pretend as if I don't see them, I cannot. While Eugene and I try to help them the best that we can, we need for the city to stop talking and start doing. Please help us help them. It's time to get serious about addressing homelessness. And maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't spend $100,000 on mulch when people like Miss Anna Mae are struggling to survive.
Eugene Myrick, Southeast Raleigh resident. I believe last time I was here, Mayor, you accused me of theatrics on the way out, as you sit there and pretend as if you work for the people when you work for the developers. So there's that part. The fact that you, Councilman Branch, and Jonathan say y'all live in District C, as we have been worse than gentrified, says a lot. Thank God you're not running, and hopefully we get to keep Marianne Baldwin light from that seat. Hopefully we don't have too many contestants against you, where we don't have to worry about you. And the fact that the Democratic Party endorsed you over somebody like Reeves Peeler says a lot about the Democratic Party, which is why they are in disarray right now. And the fact that you went to a black church this weekend is also diabolical. But I find it very interesting that 4 city council members asked for a ceasefire. 4. Jane, Christina, Mary, and Megan, but only 2 are being called racist. And that's Mary Black, who's black, and Christina, who's Latinx. But Megan, Jane, nobody's calling y'all racist. I guess y'all have the complexion for the protection. But meanwhile, when it comes to black issues, right here in Raleigh, like Shaw University, you didn't have a problem voting for that. As the mayor steamrolls New Bern Avenue, you took the needle to that. You keep saying, Megan, we need to get it right. Turning black neighborhoods white is not getting it right. You talk about urban renewal, once again, turning black neighborhoods white is not getting it right. So a 12-story hotel went down to 7 stories. Once again, no certificate of appropriateness, rejected by the Planning Commission, rejected by the Historic Commission. Though that gentleman came in here and he said to y'all that he's gonna use the historic building, the Masonic Temple, as an entrance to his hotel. He said that. And Corey, you try to pretend, twice you said it. Twice you lied to the media, News and Observer, and the Carolinian, and you said the Masons own that land. The Masons do not own that land where that man is putting that 12-story hotel. They do not own it. And I said to that same individual, I can't go to your country where there's buildings from 300 AD and say I want to put a hotel next to your historic building. You shouldn't be able to do that in my neighborhood to my history. But you letting that happen. But once again, Jane, you voted for it. Megan, you voted for it. But what about our history? So should we be calling you 2 racist? Since the only 2 under attack right now are Mary and Christina? But once again, the fact that I'm in this process with y'all now, in the middle of this process, and I'm seeing how the Democratic Party is in disarray, it says a lot. And I keep wondering, how are you all Democrats? Now I know. If you're developer friendly, they will support you, and you too can sit up there and support them.
Thank you to everybody for coming out today. We're going to continue our meeting with the report of the Planning Commission. Oh, yes, and I do want to excuse 2 people. Christina Jones had to leave. She is now excused from the meeting, and Mary Black, absent and excused.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm joined by Blaney Miller, Chair of the Planning Commission. I believe she's in the room. Super, great. Quick report for you. Reminder of upcoming holidays now through the end of October. We have some public hearings already scheduled for your next meeting, which is the first meeting of October. Lake Wheeler Road, which is at Lake Wheeler and Centennial Campus Drive, Centennial Drive, and then a case at Grove and Carolina Avenue, as well as a comp plan amendment for Kyle Drive, which would close a street to facilitate development of a city park. We also have a public hearing scheduled for October. There are no currently public hearings scheduled for October 15th. And then we have one item coming out of Planning Commission to you for your consideration this afternoon. This is Z824, the Wake 3 campus. This is a partnership between Wake Med, Wake Tech, and Wake County in the area of the existing Wake Med Hospital. So it's about 130 acres that they're asking to rezone to the campus district. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map and the urban form map. Planning Commission, in a split vote, recommended approval. The applicant is requesting that you not act today to set the hearing, but instead you defer the request to October 1, and at that time, set the public hearing. They'd like to make additional revisions before you set the hearing and before it's advertised for public hearing. What questions can I answer for you before you take action?
Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Can you remind us what the two dissenting votes were?
Sure. So there are some urban form inconsistencies here, and the two dissenting votes were wanting to see more response to urban form issues, and then some very detailed comments about separated bicycle and pedestrian facilities. And those are noted in the blurb on the agenda for you as well.
Okay. Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, I just, with this information, just move that we hold this until October 1st and then set the public hearing at that time.
You need a motion?
That was the motion.
Okay, second by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have special items. The first is an external text change request on cottage courts and tiny homes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Rometta with Planning and Development. This item is a citizen petitioned text amendment to the UDO related to the size of attached garages in cottage courts and for tiny houses. This was an application filed a few months ago in June, and the applicant here is seeking the ability to have larger garages by amending the definition of gross floor area specifically by removing attached garages from that calculation. So cottage courts and tiny homes are two development options that permit kind of increased flexibility in site design in exchange for limitations on the overall size of structures that are located within them. And you can see that definition existing and proposed here. It's a rather lengthy definition. I won't read it, but it essentially lays out how gross floor area is calculated and then goes through a series of items that are included and excluded from that calculation. And you can see that last sentence is proposed to be struck, which would remove attached garages from that calculation. In exchange for that, they are proposing to then just add straight square footage caps of 350 square feet for tiny houses and 500 square feet in cottage courts. So to talk about potential impacts of this change, here are some dimensional standards that apply today. In cottage courts, you can see the size of the dwellings are limited to 1,800 square feet. There's a height limit of 30 feet and an allowance for an up to 450 square foot detached accessory structure. So these are things like detached garages, storage sheds, et cetera. And with the proposal, you could see the size going up to a potential of 2,300 square feet, inclusive of that 500 square foot garage. Tiny houses, comparatively, are limited to 1,200 square feet with an 800 square foot footprint, limited to 26 feet and 2 stories in height, and as proposed would then be permitted to go up to 1,550 square feet. I did want to note that that square footage was increased with the adoption of TC 2021. That's the second missing middle ordinance. So the tiny house previous limit was 600. That has been increased to 1,200 square feet. Also wanted to note that with the adoption of the tiny house rules, the Planning Commission did deliberate this issue, but ultimately felt that the garages should count towards gross floor area, basically because they contribute to the size and the mass of the structure, and that keeping the smaller size of these building types could contribute to more affordable structures as well. So that being said, some potential impacts of this text change. Obviously, you're going to have increased size and bulk of these building types if this amendment were to move forward, which could lead to increased cost for larger structures. The potential to contribute to a more auto-centric development pattern. There's also a potential for garage space to be converted to living space, which is relatively easily done. It's common for structures originally built as a garage to then be later finished as into living space. On the other hand, you have potential increased flexibility that would allow for more construction of a product that's been popular. There's the potential for a decrease in surface parking and detached accessory structures, or at least a potential incentive for that to happen. As written, the text amendment, or as proposed, doesn't place any of those sorts of limits, but that is something that could be considered in order to kind of offset the larger ability for attached garages if this amendment were to go forward. Just a quick note on process. This is kind of an initial hearing for you all to consider whether you want to move forward with this amendment. If you did so today, it would go through the regular text change process, which includes planning commission review, opportunities for public input, and then come back to City Council for a public hearing. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to try and answer any questions you might have. The applicant is here as well if you'd like to hear from them.
I would like to hear from the applicant because I'm trying to figure out the why of this.
Good afternoon. Jason Meadows, RDU Consulting. Been working in the Raleigh market for approximately 18 years. Was thankful enough to do one of the first cottage courts in Raleigh, and since have done approximately 5 to 6 more that will make it on the ground if they have not already been constructed and completed, but also drawn a handful of others throughout my career, as those were one of the first, I'll say, very favorable options when the UDO was created in 2013. So I would say, Marianne, to answer your question, this was a change. I'll call it unintentional as a result of some of the text change related to tiny homes and then accessory structures. Prior language did allow parking areas to be excluded from gross square footage. And I have a couple slides that I could show you of current cottage court developments where you could kind of imagine what a detached garage may look like as part of that development. But the overwhelming need for this generally is just to continue with the cottage court pattern as it was previously, and then also allow for less sprawl, if you will. Keep smaller lot sizes by attaching that structure with the unit itself, as opposed to a detached, 400 up to 450 square foot detached garage. That will allow potential land disturbance to stay at a minimum. That will also decrease impervious coverage and also result in the potential for additional tree save, which are all things that we've talked about very recently.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes.
You said, did you submit your, those your slides?
These are the
Okay.
slides, yes, ma'am. So this is the summary. Generally what I just mentioned, TC 621 and TC 821 redefine the gross floor area, revise that definition to basically subtract those attached square footages from the already capped square footages for cottage court units and tiny homes. What we've seen through some of the cottage courts that were developed under the prior regulation was a very successful approach to that as single-family homes. And generally, the market does prefer an attached garage for that size of unit. It should be considered, the current 1,800 square foot area for a cottage court unit is not considerably large in comparison to what is constructed today. Most of our townhome products that we see are in the 1,600 to 2,200 heated square foot, plus either a single car garage or a 2-car garage. As I mentioned, these are highly desired by the current market. And then we also see the need to continue to utilize the cottage court and tiny home development to bring versatile products to the market by continue to be able to offer a 2-car garage with a 3-bed, 2-bath unit. Also, as I mentioned, the impervious surface requirements, tree save, less sprawl, and continuing to meet the demands of the housing market inside Raleigh. And then lastly, maintain the viability of housing patterns that allow for modest homes on smaller lots instead of huge homes on every lot. So this is a way to continue to provide, single-family products that are relatively more affordable than larger lots under the conventional or otherwise subdivision options. This is one example of a cottage court. This is on Powell Drive, and you'll notice not necessarily large homes, but homes that can accommodate the attached 2-car garage product that we're trying to continue to utilize. This is another view of the same project. So if you could imagine trying to accommodate the same density here with a detached garage, you could see the detriment to density as well as the sprawl that would take place in order to accomplish that. This is another project, Gene Drive, that was recently completed and almost completely sold out before it was wrapped up. So a lot of pre-sales, a lot of market demand for this product. Again, not considerably large homes, but homes that accommodate 3-bedroom, 2-bath with an attached 2-car garage. And then the courtyard is obviously central there, but if you could imagine trying to take this project and still provide a 2-car garage as a detached option. So I just think these kind of paint the picture for why this need for this text change is in front of you. I'd be glad to answer questions.
Yeah, a couple questions. What's the average size of a ranch-style home?
I think even most ranches that we see, which we don't see a lot of those because they do take up a fair amount of land area, is in the 1,800 to 2,200 square foot. And that would be, I think the market would build a ranch-style home for maybe an aging community or someone that wanted all of their, home on a single level. So that's things to consider. But I would say it's becoming more rare that we can build a ranch home in this type of environment.
Well, I am an aging community, and I enjoy my ranch-style home.
I do as well.
So I'm trying to understand the difference in square footage of what you're asking us to increase these properties by allowing an attached garage size to be increased compared to what can be done now if you just do ranch style. Like what's the difference?
So Councilmember Branch, I was going to ask that we send this to committee.
Okay, that works. Yeah.
I have a lot of questions about this. I've been an advocate for cottage courts and tiny homes, but I don't see tiny homes at
This don't look
1,800
tiny.
square feet. It's not so tiny anymore. So I want to be able to fully understand the dilemma you're in and why you're asking for this. And I'm also wondering if there's other options that we could do that would allow this. So my suggestion is to send this to Safe Vibrant Committee, and we'll take this up.
I think, just to be clear, if I may, this exact picture is exactly what we would like to continue to construct. Nothing larger, just this. So just want to make that clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not prepared to vote this to move forward yet. I think my major concern is how it could affect affordability and then also the auto dependency that perhaps gets incentivized. So yeah, happy to move that to committee or second that motion.
Okay. Do we need a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to move that to the Safe, Healthy, Vibrant Communities Committee.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay. All right, next we have thank you. Next we have report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 4 items today, and we promise to be judicious with time. The first of which is an affordable rental development opportunity. So we have Erica Brandt from Housing and Neighborhoods to bring this item forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Erica Brandt with Housing and Neighborhoods. I'm excited to bring to you all today our funding recommendations for the second round of our affordable rental gap financing program. So we'll start with a quick overview of that program, then we'll summarize the proposals and put forth our funding recommendation. Just a refresher, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program is a federal program that's run through the IRS, and it produces the vast majority of affordable rental housing in the U.S. and in North Carolina. The state of North Carolina has a certain number of tax credits that they can award to projects every year. That goes straight from the state to those developers. And then the city's role and the role of other municipalities is to support these projects by providing soft debt. And what that means is, if you think of the bank loan, which would be kind of the largest primary loan in one of these deals, is hard debt, meaning that it's must pay. They're in first lien position, and the interest rates are determined by the market. The city is coming in providing soft debt, which is low interest and much more accommodating repayment terms. So the amount of tax credit equity and soft debt that are in these projects reduces the amount of hard debt in the deal, which is owed by a project every month, and that allows the rents to be lower. In our program, we use this scorecard here to evaluate the proposals that come forward. We look at financial feasibility, the location of the project, the proposed project, and the market conditions of that area, the quality of the development, of course, and then the development and management team that is part of the project. We also consider sustainability factors, energy efficiency, and look to developers to include minority and business enterprises. And then we give extra points for folks that are doing rehabilitation projects in order to preserve existing affordable housing. And this year we introduced, just recognizing the need for very deeper income targeting, we introduced a bonus point category for the first time for developers that included at least 5% of the total unit count, targeting households earning very, very low incomes, 20% of the area median income, which would correspond roughly with folks who are living on fixed incomes, such as Social Security, disability insurance, or SSI. So we were very excited to find that every single developer that applied took us up on that bonus point category, and they all included some 20% AMI units. So for the first time in recent history, at least, the projects that we are recommending for funding all do include 20% units. So the 2 projects we're recommending now are both 4% tax credit projects, Maple Ridge and Strickland Apartments. They're both family projects, just meaning that they're not limited only to seniors. They're open to any residents regardless of age. In total, these 2 projects will create just under 300 units, and the full funding request for both is coming in just a little over $7 million in city funds. This map shows the locations of the 2 projects. Maple Ridge is on Rawls Drive over kind of in the eastern part of the map there. And then Strickland Apartments is up in northwest Raleigh. Both of them are good under our affordable housing location policy. Maple Ridge gets an exception because it is within a quarter mile of 15-minute frequency bus service. And then Strickland Apartments is located within an affordable housing opportunity area as identified within the comprehensive plan. So the funding that we have available to award these projects adds up to about a little under $17 million. And then if these 2 proposed projects move forward, we would be left with just under $10 million remaining for future commitment to other projects. So the staff recommendation is to approve the conditional commitment of up to $7.1 million in total across those 2 recommended projects. The final applications for these 4% tax credits are due to the state, the NC Housing Finance Agency, in the next month or 2, and we must include, or the developers must include as part of that application, a conditional commitment letter from the city. And that conditional piece just means, you know, if they don't get awarded tax credits for whatever reason, or if anything else falls through, then the city, you know, our funding will not move forward. And that is all I've got. Happy to take any questions.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
Ready to second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I do have some questions, though.
Oh, I thought you were raising your hand in
Nope,
support.
that was a question and
Okay.
Hi, thanks for this. Glad to see the 20% that units. That's really cool. I was curious if you could speak to how this would interact with any voucher programs, housing choice vouchers, project-based vouchers, or a new direct voucher program, and then if there are going to be any earmarks for particular populations, like veterans come to mind for me.
Yeah, great question. So all tax credit properties in the state of North Carolina are required to accept housing choice voucher tenants, and on top of that, just to be extra safe, anybody who gets funding from the city is also required to accept housing choice vouchers. You know, I'm actually not sure. I don't believe these projects are getting project-based vouchers from the Housing Authority. I don't think that these two are on the list, but I'll have to confirm that. And then we actually have a set aside within, like as part of receiving city funding, 10% of units are set aside for specific populations referred through the state. It's called the targeting program. So those are supportive housing units for people with disabilities, which includes people experiencing chronic homelessness. And that program includes wraparound supportive services to help folks stay stably housed. So we've got a 10% set aside for that. And then we've got a 10% set aside for the county's permanent supportive. It's called the Rental Assistance Housing Program, and it's another sort of permanent supportive housing voucher. So in total, yeah, we've got about 20% of units being set aside for those special populations.
Okay, cool. And I know Councilmember Fort usually asks this, but is the county matching these funds?
Yes, I believe the county's investing in both these projects. I'll have to double check, but I'm happy to get that information to you and follow up.
Okay, we have 5 votes yes. Are you a yes? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second item we're really excited about, we have Erica Bailey from Raleigh Water here to talk a little bit about our Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility and some creative opportunities that are coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city manager. My name is Erica Bailey. I'm an assistant director with Raleigh Water. I am pleased to report that construction of the solids handling facilities associated with our bioenergy recovery project are near completion.
Yay.
And we are undergoing startup. The anaerobic digesters that you see in the picture have been started up and are actively producing biogas. We anticipate that we're going to be producing renewable natural gas, which will be utilized to fuel primarily our Go Raleigh buses, hopefully by the end of October. So the purpose of my presentation today is to provide an update to the project, to re-highlight the benefits of the project, and then also to review the council action required and the recommended action, which is to adopt a resolution to allow for the sale of renewable natural gas. So first, let me explain what the Bioenergy Recovery Project is. This is a comprehensive biosolids upgrade project that is being implemented at the Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility. This is the largest of our 3 wastewater treatment plants. We are converting to an innovative, advanced anaerobic digestion process, which will allow us to sustainably manage all of the solids generated from all 3 of our wastewater treatment plants. A key component of this project is that it includes energy recovery from the biogas. And let me explain that a little further in the next slide. A byproduct of anaerobic digestions is biogas, which is rich in methane. We plan to capture that and treat that in a gas upgrading process in order to produce pipeline-grade renewable natural gas. This renewable natural gas will then be injected into Dominion Energy's natural gas pipeline that's located adjacent to the property and for which we have an interconnect agreement. We plan to utilize that for transportation purposes, with our primary end use being to fuel the Go Raleigh compressed natural gas buses. Because we are producing renewable natural gas from a municipal anaerobic digester, and using that for transportation purposes, we will be able to generate renewable energy credits under the Environmental Protection Agency Renewable Fuel Program, and those credits are called Renewable Identification Numbers, or RINs. And this will represent the potential for a significant revenue source associated with this project. I want to re-highlight the many benefits that the city will recognize from this project, as highlighted in this slide. First, we will achieve almost a 50% reduction in the amount of solids that we produce at our wastewater treatment facility for final disposal or reuse compared to what we historically have produced. And as one of our most significant operating costs, this is going to provide significant operational savings. Second, the new process is going to allow us to produce a very high-quality end product that meets the EPA's strictest standards, known as Class A biosolids, such that we will be able to beneficially reuse it as a soil conditioner. Next, this is a net energy producer, meaning that the amount of renewable energy we produce is greater than the amount of energy input we put into the system. We anticipate we will be able to fuel more than 70 Go Raleigh buses per day, which we anticipate will be able to fuel all of the current Go Raleigh CNG buses. Because of these green energy benefits, this project qualified for a zero-interest $50 million loan, which provided significant debt service savings. Next, this project is going to allow the city to make great strides in reducing its city municipal operations greenhouse gas footprint. We estimate we're going to achieve an 11% reduction in our city municipal operations footprint compared to a 2014 baseline, and that's being achieved by the buses being converted from diesel buses to renewable natural gas fueled buses. And then finally, those renewable energy credits that I described on the previous slide do represent the potential for a significant revenue source. We may be able to recognize as much as $4 million annually. This project also has many connections to both the city-adopted Community Climate Action Plan as well as to the strategic plan. Specifically, it is a recommended Community Climate Action Plan action, and also is helping to support the strategic plan through implementation of a specific action, and also by supporting renewable natural gas usage in the Go Raleigh buses. It also helps to support the waste reduction action through that nearly 50% reduction in our solids produced. And now let me turn to the recommended council action. The recommended council action is to adopt the resolution that's contained in the agenda packet to authorize the sale of renewable natural gas generated at the Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility. So in order to be able to participate in the EPA's renewable fuel program and provide the sustainable fuel source to Go Raleigh, it's necessary for a council to adopt a resolution to authorize the sale of renewable natural gas generated at Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility. This prescribes the procedure for the sale of renewable natural gas pursuant to the applicable North Carolina general statutes, and it authorizes the Director of Public Utilities to transfer or sell renewable natural gas from the bioenergy recovery project for purposes of transportation eligible to generate renewable energy credits. And it is our intent that this would be sold first to all the city departments for which there's such a need, such as the Department of Transportation to fuel the Go Raleigh buses. And we would only sell excess renewable natural gas on the natural gas market if there is not a city need. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Hi. Super excited about this. In my house, we call these the poo-powered buses. And I'm nobody's a marketing professional, but I was talking to my daughter's elementary school class, and they did ask, are the buses going to be stinky?
No. The renewable natural gas will meet, so the short answer to that is no. The renewable natural gas will meet pipeline grade gas quality standards, which are very stringent and have to meet 98% methane, and we have a series of very stringent standards that we have to meet.
Councilmember Patton, you have asked a lot of questions. That tops them all.
I'm just serving the kids. They want to know, are the buses going to be stinky? It sounds like they will not be. I'm glad to hear it. And I'm ready to support. I'm ready to make the motion at the appropriate time.
Any other questions that can top that? Okay, I'll make the motion to approve. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
As I said, we were super excited about that item, and hopefully we'll get excited about the third one a little bit down the road. So we have Lou Bonapane from the city clerk's office here to bring forward an informational item on the agenda and meeting management system upgrades that we're getting ready to undertake.
Thank you, Marshall, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lou Bonapane with the city clerk's office. I can assure you there'll be no odors associated with this agenda item. Let me clarify that this is for, as the city manager said, this is for information only. We do not require any council action, but we have been keeping you abreast of our progress with this project along the way. Wanted to come here today and inform you because we are about to sign a contract with our preferred vendor. So just a little history. Back in 2017, the city launched the Board Docs software platform for electronic agenda management. There's a lot of people who are currently, actually I noticed, in this room following along using that software tool to keep pace with the meeting. Shortly after the city implemented that software, the Diligent Corporation acquired the company and the software of Board Docs. And over time, they have decided to replace Board Docs with another software product. And so they've reduced their investment in keeping Board Docs up to date and modern. And we anticipate that that software platform is going to reach its end of life sometime here in the near future. So the FY25 budget process, we appropriated funding to evaluate, select, and procure a new agenda and meeting management software platform. And we went through a request for proposal process. We did the evaluation of the software that's out there in the market towards the end of last year, 2023. And then in January of this year, we issued the request for proposals. We received a total of 7 proposals from different companies to provide the city of Raleigh with an electronic meeting management and agenda management software system, a interdepartmental committee with representation from the city clerk's office, IT, the communications department, and the city attorney's office evaluated those proposals. We shortlisted the 7 original down to 4. We invited those vendors to come in and provide demonstrations of their software and the functionality of it. And in June, we selected the eScribe product to proceed along with replacing the city's current Board Docs system. Some of the features that made the eScribe product rise to the top with the committee, it's a public sector focus as opposed to private sector or other software focuses. And if anybody wanted to see, the city of Greensboro is a current client of the eScribe product. If you wanted to go to their website, look at their agenda and meeting management, they are using this product. eScribe represents a mobile responsive platform for agenda preparation and for agenda viewing. It has enhanced efficiencies that we took note of, including the preparation of minutes, incorporation of Microsoft Word, and the ability to adjust workflows on the fly. And then finally, there are some add-ons that we could contemplate adding on to the software once implemented. That includes follow-up task management, live meeting presentation mode, optional vote recording if State Council wanted to go in that direction, and then optional video streaming. So that concludes the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Again, the contract threshold is administrative in nature, so we will proceed. And once we have a contract in place, we'll be meeting with the vendor. We'll have a project plan and a timeline scoped out once we start actually meeting together with the software vendor. So any questions?
Councilmember Patton, do you have a question?
Oh, I always have a question. I wonder if this software, Should conditions change with what is allowed related to hybrid meetings, would this software support hybrid meetings?
Okay, I'm looking at my colleagues in IT, and so not only does this one not, I don't think any of the others that we looked at, yes, they're confirming.
No.
None of the other software packages come with a delivered remote meeting configuration, so.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, no other questions?
we good?
That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And the last item today is another amazing affordable housing opportunity that we bring forward, Moore Square affordable housing recommendations for funding. We have Erica Brandt from Housing and Neighborhoods.
All right, I'm back. So we've got another funding recommendation for a unique project that I'm excited to bring forward for you all today. This is for the Moore Square Apartments, and it's our gap financing recommendation for the affordable housing component of that project. So we'll start with some background. This is a big project with a lot of components beyond just affordable housing. We're really just talking about the affordable housing piece, but I'll provide a little context on the rest of it, and then I'll go over our recommendation. So some background in terms of timeline. In July of 2021, City Council approved the rezoning and issuance of an RFP for the redevelopment of several city-owned parcels to the east and south of Moore Square Park. In November of 2022, Council approved the negotiation on fee sale and lease of city-owned property with Loden Properties in partnership with Harmony Housing Affordable Development. Then in May 2024, Council authorized the mayor to execute an option to lease of the 1.16 acres of Moore Square on the east side for Harmony Housing to develop their affordable housing component of the project. And in May, at the end of May, Harmony Housing submitted their application to the city for gap financing for that project. So to put these sites into context, that square on the top left there is Moore Square. The Moore Square East site is about 1.36 acres total, it's about 3 acres total, including 1.16 acres that will be the affordable housing site on the far east end of the square. And then the Moore Square South site is a little over an acre, and that is the site next to City Market. So there are 6 parcels on Moore Square South and 14 of which are city-owned on Moore Square East. So Loden and Harmony Housing are taking a phased approach. The first phase will be the affordable housing piece of the project. After that, they will move on to the City Market Hotel piece, so that'll be on the south site. And then in phase 3, they'll finish the east site with market rate residential, as well as commercial and retail space. So for the affordable housing piece, Moore Square Apartments, this is a family development that will be using the 4% low-income housing tax credit to produce 160 units, which will include 32 units of supportive housing. And to make this work, because it is an urban development type, it is requiring significantly higher gap financing from the city, and the ask is just under $16 million. So the total project cost for the affordable housing piece is about $62 million or $383,000 a unit. And the city gap financing request, $15.7 million or $98,000 a unit. It's a high price tag, but the benefit of this project is that we are going to be able to partially internally subsidize it by using the future land sales from the Moore Square South site. So that funding, when we make that sale, will go toward paying for this gap financing, in addition to some of the funding from our affordable rental development program. So right now, the updated appraisals on the land that's to be sold from the south site and the parcel on the east side as well come in at a combined value of about $22.5 million. And then the funding sources available from our rental development program include the 2020 bond funds, $4.8 million there, that are specific to sites like this one that are very well located in regards to transit. And then we've also got some program income funds from old bonds that were issued in the past, and we get repayments on those. So in total there, we've got about $7.8 million that we anticipate would come from either of those funding sources, and then $7.9 million, which would be from the future sale of the south site. So the recommendation is to approve the city to extend a $15.7 million conditional gap financing commitment for Moore Square Apartments in order for the development of 160 affordable rental units to move forward. And I will take any questions.
Councilmember Ford?
I have one quick question. In the last presentation you did for us, you said there was about $9+ million left. Is this the same pot of money or is this a different pot of money?
That's a great question, yes. So this funding, the 7 point whatever, would come out of that 9.8 million.
Okay, any other questions?
No question. I just want to put a really fine point on, in the course of these two actions, we're allocating like $22 million and creating 454 affordable units in our city, right? I just want to combine that also. Everyone in this audience, so glad you're all here today, are hearing the work that we're doing because this is important.
Okay. All right. Make the motion to approve. Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you for your work on this. This has been going on for over 5 years now. So we're making the progress we wanted to see. So thank you.
And I will conclude my report with that applause.
All right. Next, we have a report and recommendation of the Environmental Advisory Board.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Great to see you. Megan Anderson with the Office of Sustainability. We are the liaisons to the Environmental Advisory Board. I'm happy to introduce our board chair, Scott Greenman, today, who's going to give you a brief presentation on their annual report from last year and their work plan for the upcoming year. And as you know, the Environmental Advisory Board works really closely with us to embed the work related to the Community Climate Action Plan and equity and environmental justice. So really big shout out and thank you for all of the Environmental Advisory Board's time, and Scott and Denzel Burnside, who are our co-chairs, and the time that they put in. And with that, I'll hand it over to Scott.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council, for supporting the board. We really appreciate all the work that you guys offer us and the work that we do for the city, and Councilmember Ford for your continued support as our council liaison. Today, we wanted to share some highlights from our annual report that is in your packet, as well as approval for our 2025 work plan. The report has a lot of things in it. The board was very busy this year, but we just want to call out a few highlights for you as the city's doing some amazing work that we uncovered this year. First, we got a wonderful presentation, and it's commendable that our vehicle fleet is the #1 in the country as far as electrification is going, and we really want to continue to champion that through outreach and continued funding, as it is a huge benefit to how the city is going to grow in the future. We want to be very mindful about how the city grows and where we're putting different resources so that they could be potentially benefits to the rest of the community and not just city staff going forward. Another area that's kind of timely as school has started is around anti-idling, and I think we have probably all most experienced this, not just in the drive-through, but at school for pickup. And what the transportation group is able to do has been commendable in research and outreach for their fleet, and we think trying to champion that and bring that to the broader community, specifically Wake County schools, as we are all sitting around waiting for our kids to pick up, burning a lot of greenhouse gases, would be something that could be a benefit to the whole county and community going forward. Thirdly, the group was part of the recommendations that council approved on June 4th for the ordinance for the clean transportation, and we want to recommend that this is continued to be evaluated on a cycle that makes sense, 3 years, whatever, to just see and if any updates need to be done to that as we further develop new technologies and the city continues to grow. Another timely presentation was around the bus rapid transit development, and want to continue to see how we can build in some green infrastructure, green transportation, as well as increasing density as a way to support the initiatives for the city to grow equitably. One real big highlight that we wanted to point out this year is the Parks group working with sustainability and a lot of others. We had an amazing outreach at Dix Park this year. It was our biggest event with the most applicants we've ever had. So really appreciate the support from the Parks Group as well as everybody who puts in that Earth Day event. It's an amazing event. Thank you if you're able to attend that. We had a wonderful turnout. It's a highlight of our year every year, and really look forward to being able to do that again in April of this year. Lastly, we wanted to show you and ask for approval on our 2025 work plan. I'll walk through a couple of the highlights here, but it's also included in your work plan, work information. We will manage and host the Raleigh Environmental Awards, review strategies for continued to implement the Community Climate Action Plan, and those will be to explore and provide recommendations for areas of focus in the city's upcoming comprehensive plan update. We want to make sure we are targeting areas on urban forestry, urban heats, and stormwater specifically in order to make a meaningful impact on the community going forward and build that into how the city's planning to grow. We want to continue outreach to other organizations within the broader community and learn more about best practices that other areas are implementing as part of how we can recommend to you city what can be brought here as lessons learned, and try to figure out, as we just heard about affordable housing, how we can build in some equitable, sustainable features to affordable housing going forward so we can make a lasting impact on those topics going forward. So today we're asking for approval of our 2024-25 work plan, and thank you for your continued support, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions?
Yeah, hi there. Thank you so much, and thanks for the work that you all do. I'm curious, are you all thinking about the biophilic city, designation that Raleigh has, and how does that fit into your work plan?
Yes, that's actually been a topic, a lot of discussion this year. We're focused a lot on the urban street, the tree canopy study, as well as the heat island study that was done. Both of those are playing into a big factor into our two key topics. We just heard a presentation lastly about how the city's using the data from that really successful study on urban heat and what the recommendations going forward. So we're trying to weave all three of those things together, as well as any others that come up to light through the conversations.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No question, but I have a motion to approve the work plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for the great work you do. It's really appreciated. Okay, now for the public hearing portion of the meeting. Before we start, I want to ask the council members a question. We have 8 items on the agenda before the street closure for South Street. What I am proposing is we move.
Yes.
Man, you're a funny crowd today. Thank you. We will move that up, but I want to determine, we had one gentleman who was signed up in opposition for item number 1, which is 528 New Bern Avenue. Stephen Harris, is he here? Okay, let's do this one item, then we'll move Red Hat up, and we'll do the others after, because no one has signed up in support or opposition except this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods Code Enforcement. I'm bringing you 528 New Bern Avenue here today. I'll give you a brief history here, and I'll be asking City Council to adopt a demolition ordinance on this property. A fire took place in February of 2022. It was pretty extensive. The house has remained secured since then. However, due to the roof damage that you can see in the picture and some of the exterior damage that was caused by the fire, it has been open to the elements during those past few years. We have been in the house, and it is pretty significant structural damage. It's been roughly 56 days since the deadline of our actual housing case, and it's been 933 days since the fire took place. No permits have been pulled, no plan for repair or anything like that. We have identified it as costing over 50% of the cost of the dwelling, and that kind of directs us towards the demolition ordinance. That's kind of all I have at the moment. I don't know if Mr. Harris wants to.
Well, I'm going to ask first if council has any questions. Okay, then I will open the hearing. No one signed up in support. Mr. Harris, if you'd like to come up. 8 minutes. You'll have 8 minutes on this.
Oh, it'll be very short. I'd just like to say that, first of all, my name is Stephen Harris, and recently I've had events take place in my life that totally out of my control, and which it made decision making a little harsh. Last year, I lost my mom due to dementia. I'm living in a hotel, and at that time, I was taking care of her within this hotel. Her every need. Seen her dwindle to 90 pounds. Lost my job. I'm an ex-Neuse River worker with the layoff of plant members. So this is, and then have this happen, February 27th of 22. During that night, which was on a Sunday, I was just about to do my resume, and this occurred. So I've had a great loss, and I really hadn't had the opportunity or time to do anything about this house, but now I could assure you that with my new job, and I have time off, that I will use that time off to take advantage of either having the house demolished or sold, because I wish to come out of the hotel that I'm living in. I wish to move on. It has put a great toll on my life after my mom, or even before my mom's passing. So it's not that I'm lagging and playing around, not doing anything. On my spare time, I do this, but I work nights, and I work 12-hour nights, so I'm doing my best. But I could do more, I'm quite sure.
Okay, I'm going to ask staff a question just regarding an extension. This is obviously.
Yeah, I did talk to the attorney's office this morning, and if council wanted to adopt the ordinance today, but have the effective date, a period of time in which council can choose.
Can I ask a question?
It was Councilmember Fort first, and then Councilmember Branch.
I'll go. I had a question, but before I do that, I don't know that I would want to put anything in place today and not know what his circumstances are. So I'm gonna tell you, I wouldn't vote for that today.
Well, what I was going to suggest is it come back to us in a certain.
Yeah, before you do that. But I guess, Mr. Harris, I kind of just wanted to know, it sounds like you're getting back on your feet, which is good. Yes. Do you have any, even if it's sort of like a loose timeline about how much time it would take? So it would help us make a decision if we kind of had like a little bit of a timeline from you in terms of when you thought you could get some stuff done.
Well, we're looking at 2 months, maybe 3 if I could, or if you could, I would appreciate it.
So you think 2 or 3 months?
Yes.
90 days.
So that was my question. How much time do you feel you need? Also, I think this is a decision this current term of council members need to make a decision on. And so I was wondering if this could just come back to us on November the 19th.
Is that too soon, though? I mean,
It's the last meeting of this council unless we push it off until January and let the new council do it.
I think we need to give them the time.
Okay.
So I would suggest waiting, and I would suggest 90 days this come back to council.
Okay.
And then we hold this.
So 90 days is when, that's what, today's the 17th. December. So it'd be the January. So just bring it back,
Be the
our first meeting
January.
in January.
First meeting in January.
So my motion would be to,
Hold on one second. We have a question down.
Yeah, I was just going to add, hearing all of your personal circumstances, all the things you've had to navigate, to the extent it possible for staff to help him understand what if you're going to seek demolition, there'll be permits for that. So if we could just make sure that we assist in the next 90 days with connecting him with resources to understand what options he would have.
Yes, we can help him we can provide him maybe a list of contractors that he can reach out to.
Okay, wonderful. I think that could be helpful too, and then that helps us help you.
Okay. You want to finish your motion?
So my motion is that this comes back to council the first meeting in January.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. All right. And Bryce, we'll be back to you in a little bit once we get through this part of the public hearing. Okay. This is street closure, STCO3 2024, closes a portion of South Street. We have 8 people signed up in support, 4 people signed up in opposition. I'm going to allot 15 minutes per side. But what I'm also going to say is to the people who have signed up to speak, please do not hog all the time. Try and cut it up so each of you get to be heard. With the 8 of you, it would be approximately 2 minutes per person. But what I don't want to see is somebody speaking for 5 minutes and not allotting time for anybody else. The same with those speaking in opposition. So first, we'll hear from staff on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Evan Raleigh with the City Manager's Office. And certainly before we get to the public hearing on the item, Mayor, we do have some information that we'd like to review with you for council's benefit and also for the benefit of those that are watching. So just in terms of the agenda, we were going to have staff from a couple of different departments, the Convention Center and also Transportation, come and talk through these points that you see in front of you. So we'll start with just a quick review of the development process and the timeline for the amphitheater. We'll talk a little bit about the short and long-term traffic scenarios that have been studied by our transportation team. We'll also talk a little bit about the considerations that we have given as it relates to this project for bicycle, pedestrian, and transit routing and connectivity through this block. And of course, we will then end with the question at hand as it relates to the closure of a portion of South Street and a portion of some land and right-of-way that's adjacent to Lenore Street. So with that, I will turn the podium over to Ms. Carrie Painter.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Carrie Painter, Director of the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. We're glad to be back in front of you again, bringing back some of the information you requested to see. A reminder that in 2023, the interlocal agreement opened up. We did several presentations, and we were really thrilled to be included with our Red Hat AMP and the Convention Center expansion. Both of these projects were granted by you in August 2023 as part of the interlocal agreement, and that is how they are fully funded. These are the characteristics that we identified and presented last month. In order to have a viable AMP, these are some of the things that are what we would call our list of non-negotiables. We don't want to be less than 6,000 seats to keep the artists that we have and that we're proud to show in our town. The budget is $40 million, so we need to stay within those dollars. Our artists' needs are very important. They need to like the place that they perform. They need to have all the things they need to be successful. And so the backstage artists' places need to be incorporated in correctly. Safety and function is pretty self-explanatory. We need to make sure that there's enough rooms, bathrooms, egress, should anything happen, plaza size, et cetera. And then food and beverage, because it is an experience and we need to stick with industry standards. We presented several concepts that we had tried with our architects, and how we had gotten to this concept for. Today we bring it back just to remind you that this is the one that we landed on that does meet all of those that we just discussed are the necessary characteristics. This is the one that does fall over South Street and incorporate that triangle of land. And so this is the one that we are presenting to you today in discussion for closing South Street. You asked for more community engagement, so we really dug in and tried to do our best to reach a variety of people. We started with some downtown at the Neptune Community Bar and the Green Monkey. They were gracious enough to open their doors and let guests and citizens come in. We did the Live After 5 and Jazz on the Square because those were people that we might not be reaching who didn't think of going to council or speaking to council or coming to public formal engagements, but were out there, and it was a great chance to have a lot of discussion. And then we did the South Street open house at the PAC on the Monday, September 9th. This was modeled after Saturday on South Street. We had, again, the same departments come and present. This time they each did a presentation instead of just a tent and some boards. So you got to see presentations by the mobility study, by the Red Hat, by transportation, the Strowaway, and we had a chance to do questions and answers and thoughts with all these different departments. Our city communications department did a really wonderful capture that evening. We were so pleased that there was everyone from Fourth Ward representatives to Boylan Heights community to some of our performing arts people, just a good variety, and we wanted to capture it for you to see here. So big shout out and special thank you to the city's comm team. We really appreciated that they took the time to do this. You asked us about sound. We presented to you that the new design would be less impactful to our communities behind and around us. And that's because the walls of the stage will now be solid. Presently, they are draped, which is very hard to direct sound. But when you have 3 walls and we take the time to do some acoustic treatments, that will not only absorb what we don't want out there, but it will manage it better and shoot it forward in the correct direction instead of all around us, as we sometimes experience now. We also have a last row that's much closer on the new property. And so we don't have to shoot the sound as far, which means not as loud. And that's a win for everybody. But you particularly asked in relation to the housing authority that is going up behind us. There was some questions about whether HUD would penalize or have some issue with the sound. And so they referred to Colorado Analytics to look it up. What we learned from this was that HUD only considers the sounds generated from roads, railroads, and airports. And so that was good news to hear, that this was not going to impede their progress or funding. They also said that the sound from the amphitheater has no impact on federal funding for the development. And the sound impact, once they read our study, was verified that yes, it will be much improved in the new location and in the direction of it. They did also comment that for the housing authority themselves, it would be great for them to spend some time thinking about the building envelope and what it's made of, their finishes, their windows, et cetera, down the road. So we wanted to make sure that we answered your question, that this will not harmfully hurt the development in the future. So with that, I'm going to bring up Kenneth Retchie from the Transportation Department.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation. And I think as we all can acknowledge, how we move to, through, and around our downtown and certainly our city is an important piece for all of us. And the concerns and questions that have been raised throughout this process, I think, certainly highlight that. And so staff has been very intentional and very deliberate with making sure that as we look at this and consider the request, that really we are making sure that we're not adversely impacting that. What we can say based off the analysis that have been completed is that our grid is capable both today and looking as much as 30 years into the future of accommodating this closure, as well as potentially some other future changes that are coming within this kind of southwestern quadrant of downtown. When we look at and I know there's been some questions that have come up regarding the types of traffic studies that have been done. The development-related TIA that Convention Center and the Red Hat Amphitheater completed, That is more of a site-specific, more targeted review of impacts coming directly from that. So that's really looking at more intersection-based changes versus looking at really the overall system. What we have looked at too as staff with our consultant is really kind of looking at that larger view, that kind of segment-based, more system approach of how does this really kind of impact what the entire system throughout downtown looks like. And we'll get into some of those details here with some of the forthcoming slides. But certainly I think the important note is that based off what we've seen, our grid and our downtown network is set up to accommodate those changes. So we'll look at the traffic impact analysis assumptions that were done as part of the Convention Center and Red Hat Amphitheater proposal. So when we look at these, one of those kind of conservative assumptions when you look at these models is that it would be simultaneous full capacity events at both Red Hat and the Raleigh Convention Center that would really kind of start at the same time, end at the same time, which is kind of your worst case scenario when it comes to traffic. So that is what was modeled as part of the TIA for that development. And when you look at where the traffic is being distributed to, as you can see in orange on this map, these are really location of those parking areas that we have in downtown where people would be going to then make their way to the convention center, to Red Hat, or certainly to other opportunities throughout our downtown. So as we look to some of our system modeling that we've done, you will see it kind of color-coded, and this is consistent with the same color coding convention that's used as part of CAMPO and NCDOT's kind of triangle regional model. So when you see green, that's really showing that we are projecting that will be less than 50% of the capacity of that particular road. Yellow is 50 to 80% of capacity, and then red is going to be greater than 80%, generally about to 120% is about as far as we'll go. So you'll see those in the forthcoming slides. So when we look at the overall system modeling, as you will see, this does forecast the 2050 kind of baseline. So the current triangle regional model is forecasted out to that 2050 mark. And so we wanted to be consistent with that as we looked at trip distribution and then certainly looking at growth projections. Both with the TIA and with our system modeling, we used a growth factor of about 1 to 1.5%. This has been substantiated with NCDOT, city staff, and with our consultants. And that is based off of some historic, and that I will say that is consistent with what we've seen from some of the historic volume trends that we've gotten from the NCDOT. In fact, if you look at the overall curve in terms of those volumes since 2003, we have actually seen a decline in the volume within our downtown. But certainly some of our larger cores, McDowell, Dawson, we have seen slight increases, and that's where that 1 to 1.5% has really we've used that as our metric. And so as you see, if we projected out our current grid today to 2050, really the only areas that of noted concern from capacity standpoint would be along Dawson Street, north of Martin, and then along Western Boulevard. As we think to the proposal with the potential closure of South Street, we have been working with NCDOT on what we are calling the Dawson-McDowell connector. So this would be a connection between Dawson and McDowell that would help to mitigate some of the current connectivity that we have along South Street. So traffic trying to go from really the left of your screen to the right of your screen along South Street, when they would get to that signal at South Street, they would have a protected signal phase that would allow those turning movements to either continue south along Dawson Street, or if they were looking to go north, they could connect over to McDowell. They would have a signal protection to be able to make the left turn from the connector onto northbound McDowell to either continue north or to go east, either along South Lenore or any of our other side streets as we move forward. The other item of note that has been brought up by the public and certainly council is looking at bike ped connectivity. And certainly we'll get in a little bit more detail about that, but one element that we have started looking at is the potential of this kind of bike ped alternate, and that's that yellow line there that would run along South Street, then run adjacent to the rail right-of-way, and then connect into the infrastructure that's being improved along McDowell Street with the relocated Red Hat Amphitheater project. So when we look at modeling for this scenario, with the closure of South Street, with the potential connector, again, looking at that 2050 forecast, as you can see, we do have some areas where the volumes change, but certainly we don't have anywhere that we will say has gotten to that area of red where we're looking at overcapacity. And obviously this is forecasting 26 years into the future from today. So certainly, I think this gives us some comfort that we do have the grid network to be able to accommodate. And then certainly there has been questions about some other anticipated changes. Notably, there's the forecasted closure of Hargett Street as part of the S-Line project, somewhere in the 2027, 2028 time frame. Additionally, as part of the future West Street South Extension project that would connect Cabarrus and Martin Street, we are looking at the potential of that at-grade closure. All of those have been modeled in here, and even with those additional factors in there, you can see that our grid is still set up and forecasted to be able to accommodate the movements with the projected growth that we have, with that 1 to 1.5% growth factor that we've accommodated in there. So next we'll kind of talk about connectivity, and we'll start with our bicycle and pedestrian routing. So as we look at that, the changes in this area, certainly what we also want to look at is, okay, what are those options in terms of connectivity in this area? And we do have different options. There's a couple of options when we think about how people can navigate this area along existing infrastructure that really are north of the development site. And then certainly we've got a couple that are south of the site. So the first would be a connection where pedestrians, cyclists would go up west to Lenore. They would take Lenore to Salisbury, and then they could connect back down to south. We also have a reroute, really a tighter reroute around the development site that would take you up Dawson, across Lenore, back down McDowell. Part of this too, there's some planned activation of some public space there within the South McDowell rail, that little property bounded there by the rail. We've got a visual of that, and does tie into the planned frontage improvements as part of the Red Hat Amphitheater project. The third opportunity would be that the consideration that staff has started exploring with that kind of alternative path. Certainly one of the challenges here in terms of what that design would look like, there's a tremendous amount of grade and there's a berm there along McDowell Street that we would have to contend with, but certainly that's something that we're looking at. And then really kind of accommodating pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure adjacent to the McDowell-Dawson connector. So really different options in terms of how people could navigate in this space, even with the closure of South Street. So this is a rendering looking west towards Dawson Street of that activation of that space that's bounded by South Street, McDowell, and the rail right-of-way today. And then this is a conceptual rendering of Lenore Street with the expanded convention center on the right of the screen, Red Hat on the left. You can see Capitol Square in the background, really looking at probably a shared use concept that really does promote connectivity between Red Hat and the convention center. Also is really intended for all uses that would include bike, pedestrian, cars, and really create the opportunity for an activated space. The other element of this is our current traffic or transit routes. We have two routes that use this area. You've got the 11, the Avent Ferry, the 11, and you've got Carolee, the 21, that currently use South Street. This has been discussed with transit staff and is being discussed with RTA, and there's two options that are being looked at as it relates to transit rerouting. One would be utilizing the Dawson-McDowell connector to maintain that connectivity. The other would be to turn up west and continue across Lenore to create that connectivity. So in terms of looking at timeline for the Red Hat Amphitheater and Raleigh Convention Center project, anticipated groundbreaking for Red Hat Amphitheater would be first quarter of 2025. We will also continue collaboration with community stakeholders on the Dix to Chavis Strollway visioning and project development. continued engagement between the Raleigh Department of Transportation and NCDOT on mitigation strategies. I do want to acknowledge that we have Wake District Engineer Daniel Bowler from Division 5 is here. We have been working with his office pretty extensively as it relates to the Dawson-McDowell connector. Intended Red Hat Amphitheater opening for the 26th season. New convention hotel is anticipated to open in late 2027, and then convention center expansion is anticipated to open late 2028. And now we will get to the topic at hand, the street closure, so STC 3 2024, portion of South Street and Lenore Street right-of-way. So this is a visual of the areas of the subject areas. You've got about roughly 16 to 17,000 square feet of South Street, east of the rail between the rail right-of-way and McDowell Street, and then a smaller section along Lenore Street that's adjacent to the rail right-of-way. These are just some pictures. This is a westbound view of the closure area. You can see Capitol Square in the background, and this is standing at the McDowell South intersection. The picture to your right, the eastbound view, is standing at the rail right-of-way looking back towards McDowell Street. And then this is the section of Lenore Street. This is looking westbound and then looking eastbound. It's a strip kind of there behind the existing sidewalk. And so with that, staff is available for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, I have several. Probably going to be for the whole bunch of y'all that are here. What is the funding source for the slip lane? Might be for you.
So, Councilmember Patton, we don't have a specific source identified. We do know that there are some options that we're looking at. I'll just go ahead and throw out, we do have capital reserve conversation coming up in the not too distant future, but there are some other potentials that we're sort of identifying, but we haven't landed on one particular at this point, but have some ideas in mind, certainly.
Got it. Cool. And then perhaps for you, or perhaps for you, Kenneth, or for the representative from NCDOT, it would be great to just get confirmation on the level of comfort. I know we don't have like final checkmark approval on the slip lane, but if you could give like an informal thumbs sideways.
So I'll defer to Daniel but certainly we're at about 30% design. We have delivered that design to them. We have received some initial comments. We're working through those with them. But certainly from the city's perspective, we are leaning positive as it relates to that design.
Right, we've reviewed 30% plans. We didn't see anything that really stuck out that wouldn't make the connector road unapprovable once we finally get to a final plan.
Okay, great.
Councilmember Patton, I would just like to add that I've had several conversations with some top officials at NCDOT. They are very supportive.
Can I just add on that topic? What is the expected cost of that slip lane connector?
So we're estimating for the slip lane connector itself probably between $2 and $3 million.
Thank you.
And then sort of switching away from transportation, but I know that there's lots happening in this sort of southwest quadrant of downtown. And one thing that we're pursuing is the Reconnecting Communities grant. And there has been some community concern that this closure might negatively impact our chances for the Reconnecting Communities grant. I believe we have a consultant to help us with that, and I just would love confirmation from staff that this is not going to negatively impact our chances.
Councilmember Patton, and I will look in the audience to see who may. I haven't worked directly on it, but I will say, and feel free, planning, Ken or Pat, if you want to come up to speak to this. My impression is that from conversations that I've had on this particular topic is that there isn't any concern that what we're proposing here would negatively impact our chances, but I will defer to those that have been working a little closer to it. Ken, if you want to speak to that.
So certainly, first of all, the consultants are well aware of the pending Red Hat plan. And are confident in moving forward that we have a strong application. The focus of the application is undoing the much larger transportation disruptions that occurred during the urban renewal era when Dawson and McDowell were extended south as part of US 401 and Western Boulevard and Martin Luther King were connected in a big interchange. And so undoing that and providing connections there where a true severing of communities from each other and from the downtown occurred is what the focus of that grant is, and would be the focus regardless of what happens with Red Hat.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, if I'm going to open the public hearing, if we could put the names up of the speakers, I would appreciate it. And again, I'm going to repeat, 15 minutes per side. We will be calling up those who signed up to speak in support. Please leave time for everyone. For the first group, that would leave you at less than 2 minutes per person. For the second group, we have 4 speakers. Again, please leave time for everybody to speak. You can see, we could put that a little bigger, so people could see, and if you could have all scrolled up. What I'm going to ask is the first 8 people who have signed up in support to please line up so we move very quickly. And so I would like to see the first speaker at the podium. And then let's line up behind so we have everybody. Folks, please line up. And we're going to move through this very quickly. Hold on. Okay. I'm opening the public hearing. We'll start with those speaking in support. Please give your name and hopefully you'll know what to do.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is David Brower, and I'm here in support of the closure of a block of South Street to make room for an expanded permanent amphitheater. This is a critical piece of the cultural landscape of downtown Raleigh. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I'm proud to serve as Executive Director of Pinecone. We are the Piedmont Council of Traditional Music, a 501c3 nonprofit organization that's been working to promote, present, and preserve traditional music here in Raleigh for 40 years. For the last decade, we've been a resident company in the Martin Marietta Center for the Performing Arts and producer of the IBMA Bluegrass Festival each year. Next week, we'll have Sierra Farrell, Steep Canyon Rangers, and even Elizabeth Cotton's granddaughter on the Red Hat stage. For many of our headliners at the Bluegrass Festival over the last decade, playing Red Hat is a breakthrough moment for their careers. These are musicians who will forever think of Raleigh as a place that their music found an audience. Not only is that just a cool thing, but you've also just organically created a whole community of ambassadors for Raleigh. They travel the world and speak well of our city. If you vote no and allow the amphitheater to get plowed under, Raleigh's portion of the live music market will go somewhere else. That's a guarantee. The tours will continue, but they'll move down the road, and fans and families will build positive music memories in Durham, Cary, Greensboro, or Winston. Supporting the move and expansion of the Red Hat Amphitheater is a vote for joy. Downtown needs to be something more than a bunch of cubicles that people go to 2 or 3 days a week. We've got a plan, we've got an audience, and now we just need your support. Thank you.
Folks, please, no disruptions while this is going on, or I'm going to have to clear you out. These are the rules we have. Please follow the rules of decorum. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gina Stevens, the owner of Raleigh Magazine. We moved our offices to 100 South Harrington Street in the Warehouse District 3 months ago, but I live in North Raleigh. Everyone talks about keeping and saving Red Hat for downtown, but this is a citywide issue. My friends and neighbors who live outside the Beltline care just as much as those who can walk to a show. They're outraged to think there's a chance of losing the amphitheater. With areas like North Hills and Village District, they rarely visit downtown unless it's for a concert at Red Hat. But when they do, they make a night of it. They go to a show, they go to dinner, they go to a brewery, they go into shops. They spend their money downtown. This isn't a decision about one block of South Street. This is a decision about what is best for our entire city, all of its residents and business owners. We cannot lose this amphitheater. It's catastrophic to our city. DRA is spending thousands of dollars in man hours to find ways to bring more people downtown, to keep businesses open. We all know you can't have a successful city without a successful downtown. The amphitheater is the single biggest draw for Raleigh residents, but especially for those living outside of downtown. Please remember you were elected to represent the best interest of your district. I implore you to vote for what is best for Raleigh and its future. Close one block of South Street and save Red Hat Amphitheater.
Octavia Rainey. I do support the South Street, but I'm telling you, Fourth Ward is missing in this whole process, and I'm very disturbed. I have had plenty of conversations with Ms. Painter about Fourth Ward. You have forgotten Fourth Ward. All of this sea of red, listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You need to come to my class so I can tell all of y'all about Fourth Ward. Fourth Ward was a community that was destroyed by urban renewal. The theater, the amphitheater itself, it sits in Fourth Ward. Fourth Ward was a great entertainment district. I'm not opposed to the closing, but don't forget Fourth Ward. Don't forget it. Its history is very important. And all of you in the Sea of Red, see, when Jesus parted the Sea of Red, he said, let there be Fourth Ward. So I'm telling you, let there be a Fourth Ward entertainment district.
Ms. Rainey, we have promised you that we are going to pay attention to Fourth Ward. I think you know our hearts are in it and with you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matt Coleman, owner of the Davie and downtown Raleigh resident. I'm here to speak about an issue that impacts not just one neighborhood, but the entire city, saving the Red Hat Amphitheater. As a longtime downtown resident and business owner, I've seen downtown Raleigh transform from a quiet town to a vibrant city that deserves being in the national spotlight. I've witnessed the kind of growth I never thought was possible as a teen and a young adult who lived here in the 90s and early 2000s when downtown was only alive during office hours. Red Hat Amphitheater has been a critical part of this transformation. Its summer concerts and winter events provide vital support to local businesses, especially during slower times. Removing this venue would likely result in the closure of many businesses like mine that rely on Red Hat to stay afloat. The 6,000-seat space attracts a variety of unique touring musicians that may never return if lost, and I cannot think of another concert venue in our city that has as large a financial impact on its surrounding businesses as Red Hat does. I urge the council to make the right decision and close a section of South Street to preserve the key venue, which is essential to my business and the vibrancy and economic health of our downtown. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Harry Johnson. I live on 529 Watauga Street in Oakwood. I think everyone knows, or everyone up here today knows, that I also serve as the vice chair of Oaks and Spokes, which is the organization that advocates for bikes and community in Raleigh. I'm also on the board of Wake Up Wake County. And the reason I serve in those positions is that I care about connecting Raleigh and connecting our communities. I think many of you also know that I have two very young but energetic lovers of bikes in our family, a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. And in thinking about this issue and thinking about the connectivity between downtown and Boylan Heights, I think about how I use that corridor myself. Our family for 2 years took our older son from his preschool in downtown Raleigh over to Project Enlightenment, where he got speech therapy services. Now that he's in kindergarten, he doesn't have to do that anymore. But we still love, going from downtown over to Sam Jones Barbecue, to Pullen Park on our bikes. We're a bike family. We have one car. We almost always use Lenore Street to do that. And we are really, really excited about the potential to really make Lenore Street a place where we feel that George, who's 5, and is riding without training wheels and gears, don't think I'm not going to brag on my son for 15 seconds here, can do that in a way that makes us feel that he's safe. And so for that reason, I'm really, really supportive of this closure. You know, my kind of elevator pitch for what makes a good street for biking is, can I see my son riding there, right, in a safe manner? And this does that. And this won't be available if we're not, you know, taking the necessary step of closing South Street. So I urge you to approve this motion, approve this this ordinance change, and to save Red Hat Amphitheater, and to give our kids some good places to bike. Thanks so much.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Ashley Christensen, and I'm a restaurant owner in downtown Raleigh. I employ over 100 incredible creative folks in the downtown area. My first restaurant opened almost 17 years ago. We may be the closest restaurant to Red Hat Amphitheater. August 19th, I celebrated 30 years in Raleigh. I moved here the day after my 18th birthday, and I've watched this city grow and change, and I take a lot of pride in getting to be a part of this city. And Red Hat has truly been one of the greatest symbols of attraction and unity, and folks just gathering and celebrating the city for exactly what it is. And I love it. And I love music. And I think back about that day after my 18th birthday of moving here. And I thought a year forward, at age 19, I got my first speeding ticket, driving by myself to Atlanta to see the Roots and the Beastie Boys and John Spencer Blues Explosion. I drove back that night because that's what people do. People love music, and they gather around music, and they go. I remember sitting down, eating a meal, getting in the car, and coming home after an incredible show. And I remember why I was there. I was there to share in that music and learn about that community. The calls I take more than anything from folks around the country are, we're coming to see a show here. Where do we stay? What else should we go see, and where should we eat? Please keep Red Hat Amphitheater in downtown Raleigh. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carly Jones, President and CEO of ArtSpace in downtown Raleigh, a Raleigh native and a performing artist and advocate for visual and performing arts here in Raleigh. I'm here to ask you to vote yes on the South Street rerouting so Red Hat Amphitheater can relocate. I'm excited for the opportunities this relocation brings. The plan gives us new options for public art along the future strollway. And I see an opportunity for us to set an example here to show that investing in cultural and entertainment resources provides a worthwhile return in every sense. Besides the economic impact, there is also an impact that is harder to quantify, but just as important to consider. The experiences and opportunity that we're bringing to Raleigh with performing arts and venues like Red Hat Amphitheater. Vibrant cities need vibrant cultural arts communities to thrive. Look at any major city and you'll see museums, galleries, theaters, and music venues of every size. They provide residents with entertainment and places to gather in community. They provide visitors with reason to explore the city that we live in. And when those visitors are here, they really do explore the city and every part of downtown. Its restaurants, retail, and arts centers like ours see this foot traffic come through. Red Hat also creates arts and entertainment jobs, like the backline musicians, sound technicians, lighting designers, ushers, who are all local residents here in the Triangle area. The creative ecosystem in Raleigh relies on every single venue and every performance space to keep it going. And when one goes away, we all feel it. So let's not let that happen to Red Hat Amphitheater. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Council, Mayor, everybody here. I'm Sam Ratto. I'm the owner of Videri Chocolate Factory in downtown Raleigh. I've been lucky enough to be a citizen of Raleigh, North Carolina since 2009, and I tell people all the time, I'm not leaving unless they kick me out. Don't close South Street. We need arts. We need creativity. We need food. We need drink. We need things in this city. If you can't make a left and a right on Lenore, that is jeopardizing arts, creativity, food.
You just said don't close South Street.
I'm sorry. If you can't go up the street and go right on Lenore Street because we can't close South Street. Sorry. Thanks, Mayor. Point of the story. This is an impassioned group of people on both sides, whether they are they or we are us or you are them. We need this in this city. We may have seen the last Jane's Addiction show, you guys. You know? Think about it. This is important for the city. We also need this to make that downtown corridor a real downtown. We want to help RHA go from 400 something units to 900 units. We want to help people in different places get to different places. And if there's no sound of music in our town, we just hear cars, trains, and buses, even though those buses are powered by natural gas. I vote to close South Street. Thank you so much.
Poo power? You've started something, Councilmember Patton. Oh my, you did great on time. We have 2 minutes, 29 seconds left. We'll note that. And let's see, now if we could put the list of folks up, please, those who'd like to speak in opposition. If you could all come up, line up, please, and we'll hear from...
We need to stay in the same order. We can choose our own order. Is that okay?
Stay in that order.
We have to stay in that order? If we just among ourselves?
That's the order.
I'm pretty sure I signed up on Thursday. I don't know why my name's not on there. But Aisha Cobb, she entrusted me with her recording because she can't make it. She needs to pick up her kids, so I'll play that recording at least.
The person who signed up, I think you know the rules by now. The person who signed up is the person who needs to speak. Thank you.
My name is Mike Motzinger, and I'm a homeowner on West South Street in Raleigh. Pause. Oh, the sky didn't fall down. I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm also the president of the Boylan Heights Neighborhood Association. We appreciate this opportunity to tell our side of the story of the Red Hat Amphitheater relocation. But you know what? Our side of the story is the same as their side of the story. At our August 12th association meeting attended by Councilor Jane Harrison, we passed a statement regarding the South Street closure, and it states two things. The people of Boylan Heights support keeping Red Hat downtown, as it is a great contributor to the economic vitality of downtown Raleigh. Other folks have talked about the wonderful contribution it's made. We totally agree. The second part of our resolution, the City of Raleigh should pursue alternate plans with genuine public input that would accomplish building the new amphitheater without closing South Street. Our resolution passed by our residents and our businesses by a 54-2 vote in favor of the resolution. It was later endorsed by the Forest Park Neighborhood Association with unanimous support. The convention center lobbyists came up with a clever campaign that painted us as the villains that will shut down Red Hat. It was heavily promoted in the press, on social media, and in city council meetings. Save Red Hat campaign. I wish that we had the resources to get the lovely hats, the t-shirts, the posters to back that campaign. I had to go to my closet and pick out a red shirt that I have. I had to repurpose a useless placard to get my point across. I wish I had the deep pockets that these people have. But the narrative is false. It was created to drive a wedge, to create divisiveness and ill will. Oh my God, I just realized I'm one of them. Whatever the reasons, the convention center leaders are pursuing a very aggressive timeline that has not allowed for the important public input that the project of this magnitude deserves, especially when a public thoroughfare is at risk of being permanently closed for a commercial purpose. As a result of the haste, we are faced with settling for a second-class solution which disrupts neighborhoods and other public works projects. The people of Raleigh deserve better. If we hit pause, take a year to do proper planning with input from the many talented and creative people of the city of Raleigh, I'm confident that we can come up with a first-class amphitheater downtown that will add to the vitality of our city, be a source of great pride and joy. City councilors, I ask you, be brave, be bold, hit pause so we can get this done right. Trust me, the sky will not fall. Save Red Hat, save South Street. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon. My name is Lisa Tolley. I live on West South Street. I've lived there since 1997. I restored an old home in that beautiful neighborhood, and I've raised 2 boys. I had a whole thing of notes I was going to read from, but I decided I'm just going to talk to you about some of the concerns. I do think it's unfortunate that the messaging around this has been framed that it's either art, culture, music, or it's our neighborhood. So it's definitely felt like the neighborhood is amazing. I'm so proud to be a part of our neighborhood. Our citizens are so active. They're environmentally conscious. They're just great. We moved downtown so we could walk to the amphitheater and we could walk to restaurants and art venues. And so some of our kids could walk to school. And so I think my main concern with closing South Street is losing that connectivity. And I also am a big believer in comprehensive planning. I also work for the government. And I know that the comprehensive plan for the city, 2013 plan, all throughout it, it talks about increasing connectivity, pedestrian, livable, walkable communities. And that's the theme through the whole thing, and we love that, right along with climate resiliency and all the efforts y'all are making in that area. I have 2 boys that cross Bullen Avenue, and I know the traffic people have told me that it's not a dangerous street because the traffic load is not. I think it's the yellow on their slide. But sometimes numbers don't tell the full story about a community and how traffic is impacting your children. And the Project Enlightenment's on Bullen Avenue, and it's a wonderful resource. And so my concern is that I already feel Bullen Avenue is very dangerous, although the traffic stats would tell you otherwise. I've witnessed people almost hitting children. I've seen a car hit another car and it overturned on top of itself at the intersection of Bullen and South Street. I myself have almost been hit several times. Sometimes it's more about the psychology and the behavior of people, which doesn't always show up in statistics. People go down that street and they get frustrated. They're trying to get to work on time. They're trying to connect with Western Boulevard, and they're flying through there. They're even more angry now that there's stop signs throughout. So I hoped that, and I gotta check on the time so Joseph has time to talk. I had hoped I saw a plan that was much more expensive, that elevated the amphitheater, that would allow the South Street to stay open. Maybe that would be more challenging, it would require more funding, but I do hope that the city will, we want the amphitheater downtown, and I'll just say there's so much development going around Lake Wheeler. The Well, that's 1,200 apartments. You've got Capitol Square, downtown South. That's going to include a 70,000 square foot state-of-the-art entertainment venue. I would be more concerned how that 70,000 foot venue might impact the amphitheater than our little road closing. So I think we need a broader perspective to look at all this development going downtown. And if you're going to invest $40 million in this amphitheater, it should be done right the first time. And if an elevated model design or another way to do that is possible, I think that I would urge you to consider it. Lastly, I do think the slip idea is a great idea to kind of take some of that traffic. But if you think of all the high rises going around all around South Saunders Street and Dix, all that traffic is going to be coming in. And Lenore is not McDowell. It's a little street. It's not South Street if you've ridden down Lenore. Whole different ballgame. I do believe traffic will be rerouted up Walnut Avenue. When I talked to the city council person and to the city traffic person, that maybe traffic calming could be implemented on Boylan Avenue if the street is closed. I was told that, that's measured in accidents, and so there's not enough load on the street. So I hope that if this does go through, that I urge you not to do this, to consider other alternatives, but if it does go through, to please think about our neighborhood, our children, and those of us who walk and live downtown.
My name is Joseph Huberman, and I live at 904 Dorothea Drive, across from the entrance to Dix Park. The original Raleigh street plan included wide north, south, east, and west streets, defining and tying the downtown together. The council and the citizens who voted for the parks bonds know that connectivity and walkability are two hallmarks of a successful city, and wisely funded millions to improve roads, bike lanes, and greenways. Increasing the distance that pedestrians need to walk incentivizes using vehicles. I fully support keeping Red Hat open and spending additional funds on the Red Hat relocation to preserve and improve connectivity along South Street's current path will be money well spent. The current amphitheater plans appear to have been made by a group whose only concern was improving the Red Hat Amphitheater, and from all outward appearances intentionally avoided input from the surrounding residential communities, input that could have avoided this conflict. I am not so naive to think that at this late stage, council will have the good sense to send the 30% designed plan back to the developers and demand a solution that will keep South Street open. So I have a more modest request. I request that you ask the designers to modify the planned building that blocks South Street to include an iconic gateway celebrating Raleigh's history, including the Fourth Ward. This gateway over the strollway would allow pedestrians to walk through the iconic gateway and through the amphitheater property on the 315 days a year when there are no events in progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I am going to close the hearing then. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Fort?
Mr. Raleigh, could you come to the podium, please? I know that I've had numerous conversations with folks who've indicated that they think there's some alternative plan. Could you explain to the public why that's not a possibility?
Certainly, Councilmember Ford.
Oh, and also include your timeline. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The timeline? Speak to the timeline and the options? Sure. So I'll start with the options. So as I know we've shared with council, we explored a variety of options before we landed on this one truly as the only option that, as you'll recall, met all the criteria and constraints in which we were working. Those constraints being cost, capacity, and a number of other things that, again, baseline for us to be able to propose a project that had any viability to go forward. And so we started with a myriad of conceptual renderings, some of which involve the closure of adjoining streets. If you remember out of the gate, the first concept that was shown publicly showed a closure of Lenore as opposed to a closure of South. Obviously, as we got into design, we recognized that that concept, once we started to study it further, didn't deliver, again, on all of those constraints that we were working with for the project, which was what led us down the path that resulted in the proposal you have before you today. So ultimately, that is the process that transpired here. Certainly, from a staff perspective, we wish there were other options. I will say that the design team that we have hired is a world-class team that has done these all over the country and probably world. And so we've pushed on them to try to deliver us other options, but ultimately, we certainly wish we had more options available to us. But again, working within the constraints that we have, this is the sole option that we have to advance this project in this site. So to the question of timeline, and Ms. Painter reviewed some of this at the outset in her comments. The interlocal agreement is what is primarily funding this project, and so, or the interlocal funds. And the interlocal agreement authorizing funding for this project was approved by this council and also by the Wake County Commissioners last August. And what that approval did was set essentially benchmarks of when funding from that fund was anticipated to be committed to these projects. It also established expected growth within that fund based on certain assumptions. One of those assumptions being the continued existence of the current major drivers that support the fund. Those drivers being the Convention Center, the Red Hat Amphitheater, and many other drivers. So again, that was the baseline under which the growth projections were built into that model. And I'll also just step back and say that model supports debt service, not just on the projects that we've proposed, but on other major projects in the community like PNC Arena and some others. And so in terms of why it may feel as though this project is being, I know it's been characterized as rushed, essentially what we are doing is working against a project timeline that was laid out upon the approval of the interlocal funding. Again, it had very specific expectations in terms of when these projects would be delivered. And so we are working to meet the commitments that were made when those funding sources were approved to support the project.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Branch.
I have a couple of things, but I think they're all closely related, and this may be for you, Mr. Raleigh. The discussion prior to the public hearing about the slip lane and funding for it, I would like for staff, if you can, when you do explore the funding options, and it sounds like the money is there, so you got to figure out what pot to take it from, and cap reserves or a surplus. What is it called? Am I using those right words? Capital reserves. Thank you. I want to make sure. My primary goal here is to maintain as much connectivity for South Street as possible, and I do think that connector will help with that, but then also to improve the condition for bicycle and pedestrians and folks who are in wheelchairs and scooters and strollers in the area. And so I would like for you, when you bring that funding to us, to give it to us in a way we can approve all of it at once, because I don't want to just approve the funding for the connector and then we are dealing with the bicycle, pedestrian, sidewalk issue later. I think it should all be one package thing. And to the second point, and I think I heard someone on both sides of this issue talk about it, the Fourth Ward. Mm-hmm. I attended a lunch during Ms. Rainey's Fourth Ward week where there's a private development planned across the street. They're going to include some public space, or at least they're planning to include some public space to celebrate the Fourth Ward. I know in our project here with Red Hat, we have the pocket park, and there is some additional surplus land that I have previously said I'd prefer to see as a park as well. I would also like for us to incorporate the Fourth Ward into those projects. And so maybe that pocket park is called the Fourth Ward Park, or maybe there's an opportunity to do some public art. And so I think if you could bring all of that to us when you're exploring the funding for the connector, we can make sure that we're taking that next step holistically. assuming that the closing of South Street passes today.
Sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Branch.
Definitely, thank you for the information and presentation. And I do agree as far as making sure we have the Fourth Ward being a part of this if we have the vote to move forward today. A couple questions I have is, as far as the connector, and we're talking about time frame and finding the money and how it's packaged. If we were to approve the closure of South Street today, what would be the time frame of how soon, one, South Street would physically be closed, and two, we're at 30% of design of the connector, and I think we still have to figure out the design for the bike pad piece. Where in the time frame would that implementation be possible?
So, Councilmember Branch, I don't know, and I'm not sure if there's anybody in the chamber from the RCC staff that can speak to the specifics of when exactly we anticipate that closure, if approved, would actually happen in reality. I'm not certain of that, and I'll let somebody tap me on the shoulder if they get an answer to that. But to your question, the second question about bike and pedestrian, I want to make sure I'm understanding. Would you mind?
What would be the time frame of implementation of a bike ped infrastructure?
Certainly. Let me see if I can give you should come back to a picture. I think this may do, just representative. So they're really kind of two aspects. So one aspect of the bike pedestrian improvement is the part that I will say is funded and being considered as part of the relocation project. See if I can draw on this. It's essentially this area on the northern side of the site that we would be, and it actually does represent these pictures. If I go here. So these images that you see here are what we consider part of this project. It would be funded as a part of this project. So it would happen concurrent with the development. I think some of what Mr. Ritchie was mentioning in terms of potential bike ped connections on the southern side are not, I will say, funded at this point, but we certainly, as I said, we have ideas about where those sources of fundings could come from, but not commitments or recommendations to you yet. So what you see here in these renderings is what we are already committed to do, are incorporating as a part of the design. Some of the additional, I think this is, I know it's easier to talk in pictures, some of the stuff that happens potentially on the southern side of the tracks is items that we would need to have some further discussion about funding for.
Okay. And as far as if we were to vote today for closure, that's the vote. That changes it on paper.
Correct.
When would possibly physically there would be some type of closure?
And now, let me see if anybody.
So it'll still be first quarter 25?
First quarter of 25.
Okay.
Is what's anticipated.
Councilmember Fort.
Have we moved to the comment portion for us at this point? So I had some questions, but those were answered. And I know Councilmember Harrison's her district, and I'm going to give her the last word. So, this has been a very, contentious issue. We've had a lot of conversation. The one thing I will say, first and foremost, I recognize that we sort of missed the mark on the community engagement piece for some folks, because I think the folks in some of the residential areas wanted to have more conversations. And I think we went back and we asked staff to do more of that, and they did a number of outreach opportunities. And I know for some folks, there could still be more, but we are at a position where we've got to make a decision. So, a couple of notes that I have about this. First and foremost, it sounds like DOT is going to approve some opportunity for continued connectivity, which is very important to the folks who are in that particular area. There is an opportunity for the Raleigh Housing Authority to do more units on Heritage Park with the closure of South Street, because it's going to offer some opportunities to remove some of our utilities, which will open up opportunities for development there, which is going to be important. One of the things I can personally say from my email, I've gotten overwhelming emails from folks across the city in support of keeping the Red Hat Amphitheater downtown. Understanding that some of the folks who are in close proximity to it have some concerns and some challenges, but overwhelmingly, the amount of correspondence I've received has been from folks who've been supportive of keeping it downtown. The other thing I will say is that I had meetings, one impactful meeting with 10 to 15 business owners who indicated if Red Hat Amphitheater was not downtown, they would close their doors. And I see Bill King in the audience. I know there's some folks from the chamber in the audience. You know, we put a lot of investment on the city side downtown to increase vitality. And it certainly would be a challenge, I think, for Mr. King and his staff, as well as Ms. Cole and the folks at the chamber, to ask them to figure out how to bring more businesses downtown when one of our main economic drivers has left downtown and 10 to 15 business owners leave. How do we ask them to fill that gap with more businesses when we don't have something there to support the local businesses as they are? And you've heard from Mr. Raleigh and other folks. You know, we keep hearing from our citizens, give us more time, come up with another alternative. And what staff has told us is that this is the alternative. You know, I don't know that another year is going to make a difference when they've told us this is what the decision that we've got to make. We either keep Red Hat or, you know, we miss these timetables and we don't have the amphitheater. So as sympathetic as I am to the folks who've raised a lot of issues about community engagement and things along those lines, I will say for me personally as a council member, I think we have to make a decision. We either pull the trigger or we don't. It's, you know, we make a decision today or we lose the opportunity for the amphitheater. So I'm ready to vote on it today. Again, understanding that some folks have some concerns, but you know, if we lose 10 to 15 businesses downtown and you're talking about hundreds of people who lose their jobs, I mean, that's something very important that we have to consider as well.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, since we're in the comment period, I have comments too. Yeah, this has caused me not a few gray hairs, taking a couple years off my life, but you know, I think it's really unfortunate this has come to a position where it's pitting neighbor against neighbor. Some of the name calling and sort of mudslinging that we've seen in the online discourse has been really disappointing, and I hope that everybody in this room, regardless of whether you get the outcome you are looking for, will kind of take a moment to reflect on how we've treated folks in our own community, because I think it's been disappointing. I think it's unfortunate that this was presented to us right before we went on break. I will say nobody at this table is going to be making this decision without, I know every member at this table has a lot of study hours on this. Like, I have been on the phone, I have been meeting with you all and staff and each other. Like, there are a lot of study hours on this. I know it feels a lot more rushed than a lot of city projects, but I acknowledge also this is not really strictly a city project. The pot of funding that this is coming from could not be spent on police salaries, could not be spent on parks, it could not be spent on new sewer lines. It's a different pot of money that operates differently, and we made a legally binding commitment to our partners at the county about a year ago. I'm reflecting on questions I wish I had asked differently at that time. Like Councilmember Fort mentioned, I've received no less than 425 emails, I counted them before we came in, with roughly 25 of them in opposition and about 400 in support, including from members of my own district, which does not include any part of downtown. This is a really important venue. This has cut through the noise. People have stopped me in the supermarket who are generally like apathetic on city projects, but they're like, hey, I need to talk to you about this one. This has cut through noise in a different way than any other decision we've ever made. So I do note that. A couple of things I'd like to ask from our staff to make sure that I can be at comfort with this. There's a lot of really complex things happening here in this quadrant, and that's part of why I've spent so much time studying it. Is this going to impact the West Street extension? Is this going to impact the Reconnecting Communities grant? I hope that we use this as the catalyzing event for really powerful moves on the Dix-Chavis Strollway. We need to kick that off and get it going. I think this has the possibility to kick off a bunch of really good things for this southwestern corner of downtown if we do it that way, and I would really like to see updates on the whole stack of projects that I know are technically separate but are somewhat intertwined. Quarterly feels like a nice round number, but I understand these are big capital projects and perhaps quarterly is too frequent, but I would like regular updates presented to us here in front of the camera so that we can kind of see how those tick along, and maybe sometimes it's just a little movement on the strollway or just a little movement on the slip lane, but I would like regular updates on how all these interwoven projects go together. We heard from a lot of business owners who are creating jobs in hospitality, like bartenders, like restaurants. I worked in food service for 100 years. It's how I got my kid into get through up to kindergarten ages. And I think keeping these jobs downtown is really important. So at the appropriate time, I will be a yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I have a few remarks. The closure of South Street is not desirable, but I'm willing to support it today to ensure that Red Hat remains downtown for years to come. When Wake County Commissioners and us, Raleigh City Council, in 2023 approved the interlocal hospitality funds, I did not realize that a street closure would be necessary. So I take responsibility for that. Unless we allocate another $40 million for this project, I don't see another path forward. I do want to thank our staff for their due diligence on the traffic impact analysis that was shared today, for their continued focus on partnership with the DOT so that we can get this connector from Dawson to McDowell, on implementation of the Chavis-Stick Strollway, coordinating with Raleigh Housing Authority, and continued focus on Fourth Ward. I also asked for consideration of the iconic gateway that Mr. Huberman suggested. I love that idea, so I'm going to throw that in the mix. And what I also want us to consider as a team, as a council, as a city, are more robust processes for community engagement on this particular pot of funds, these interlocal hospitality funds. These are sales tax dollars governed by the state with significant restrictions, but they are taxpayer monies. They're all of our monies. And thus, their use deserves input and discussion from residents, our residents. And we need meaningful opportunities for residents to drive our collective priorities forward. Wake County did hold a series of meetings about these funds and how they'd be used last year, but I don't know that many of my residents were aware. So I think into the future, my ask for us is that we provide information about those interlocal hospitality monies in our budget engagement efforts, at least in the years where funds are being allocated, so that folks know where and how to engage and how to provide their input. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it seems like a long time ago, but I was on the council in 2013 when Red Hat opened. And it was built as a temporary facility with the understanding that eventually the convention center would be expanded when we had the funding available in the interlocal agreement. And that, when people say something is temporary, I always tell them it's not. Because what happened, people fell in love with Red Hat. They love the vibe, they love being downtown, they love going to the restaurants. I took my sister and her partner to an IBMA women's, it's like all women singing bluegrass. We went to Garland beforehand for dinner, went there. She said, and to this day, she still tells me it was one of the happiest days of her life. So when I look at this and I see the joy that comes through this, everything is a struggle, but the fact is, this has been good for our downtown. And post-COVID, we have spent the last 3 years talking about how we rebuild downtown, how we revive downtown, how we bring more people downtown, how we improve safety downtown. When I've talked to police officers, they say we need positive foot traffic. That's what Red Hat brings to us, positive foot traffic. So I've considered all of the comments, but I've come to the conclusion that Red Hat Amphitheater must stay downtown, and this is the only option for us to do it. So with that said, I'm going to make a motion to adopt the resolution ordering the closing and related actions with the conditions outlined in the memo.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was the appropriate time to cheer, not in the middle of comments. So everyone, I am going to call a brief recess. I know people have other things to go. Thank you. if everyone could please take a seat so we can resume the meeting. Thank you. All right, Bryce, we're going to start with you again for our second, for the remainder of the public nuisance abatements, please.
All right, really quickly. I have 5 public nuisance cases that we followed through with public nuisance abatement. These first 2 are probably familiar to you, 605 Bragg and 619 Cumberland. Both of these properties, the ownership has kind of gone MIA on us. We don't usually hear anything from them after notice of violation. And that was for, as you saw, it was trash on the first one and high grass at Cumberland. 3955 Griffiths Glen was high grass. We didn't have any response from the owner after notification. 3028 Old Birch was the bush in the right-of-way and some large limbs and logs in the backyard. And again, no response from the owner. And the last one is 900 Peyton Street, and that was also a complaint. It was for high grass. This is just a vacant property. No response from the owner. If you have any questions.
Councilmember Britt?
Just want to highlight something that you said, that we've reached out to every owner ahead of time, with the violation, and we're getting no response back from these owners.
So the public nuisances require us to send first-class mail to the address and property owner that's on Wake County tax records. We also post a copy on the property itself.
Okay.
And we go beyond that, and we can get email addresses and phone numbers from utility accounts and that kind of thing. And we follow that avenue also, and we haven't heard anything on these.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, as you mentioned, the first 2 are repeat appearances. Do you have the total lien amounts on those?
605 Bragg was a little over 9,000. That's since 2018. And 619 Cumberland, we did demolish the house. It may have been like 2006 or something like that. So that's around 38,000.
Wow, goodness.
Including all the abatements.
And I know we were told about escalation pathways, but can you or the manager remind me?
I think that as far as how liens go, there's an order in which those can kind of be processed, and I'm not sure that we're first in line for that.
Okay, at this point, we're just publicly funding the maintenance of their properties, which doesn't feel like the best use of taxpayer money, so just wondering about that.
I will say if the property is ever sold, that's when the city usually tries to recoup that money.
Yeah, just feels like that's not very imminent right now, so, all right, thank you.
Can I ask the city attorney's office to look into maybe if any rules or updates or things change on how we can notify citizens, residents, or work with the county as far as, again, as Councilor Patton said, we're publicly taking care of a person's yard because they're never responding back to us, and that's really not good stewards of taxpayers' dollars. So if there's some way we can try to see what tools are available to deal with this in a professional way, but making sure that we get their attention.
Okay, no one has signed up in support or opposition. I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
For approval.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we have annexation petition AX 1324.
Good afternoon.
The remainder of these items, there is no one signed up in opposition.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. So you've got annexation petition in front of you that's contiguous with city limits inside the ETJ. It's unique because it's completely surrounded by city limits. This was initiated by the city of Raleigh for parkland. There's a recombination that's taken place on this property that incorporates this into the larger lot. There's no development proposed for this lot, but as a result, they do have to petition for annexation. It is 0.48 acres. It's a very small parcel. It's in the center of the Neuse River Park. It's zoned R4 with an urban water protection overlay district for Falls of Neuse. And if it's brought into the city today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District B. I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay. Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah. Do you know how it came to be, this tiny little donut?
Yeah, I think I can't speak 100% for it. In my research on it, though, I believe that there was like a residence dwelling on this. It was part of the dedication, and so it was on a separate lot. So over the years, that's no longer a dwelling unit. So they were recombining the entire lot into one parcel. So that does necessitate bringing this small lot into the city. So.
Well, as soon as the hearing's closed, I'm happy to approve.
Okay. I'll open the hearing and close the hearing.
All right. Move to adopt the annexation.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. That was unanimous. Thank you. Next is AX 1424 on Tryon Road.
Thank you. So this is also contiguous and inside the ETJ. 504 East Tryon Road, it's zone CX3, so commercial mixed use, 0.68 acres. The plans for this is residential, so 5 units total, which would be one single family home, and then 2 duplexes. There is sewer through the site, as you can see here. The surrounding uses are primarily residential. There is a subdivision plan on this as well to accommodate these homes. It is so 5 units total, contiguous inside the ETJ. There is a known service concern on this property being outside of the standard response times for arrival of initial fire response of 8 minutes. If brought into city limits today, it would be brought into the boundaries of Council District C. And if you have questions on that as well, here to answer them for you.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Once again, no one here in support or opposition. I'll open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next is AX 1624 Trailwood Drive.
Thank you. Moving down the line. So 2200 block of Trailwood Drive at the intersection of Tryon Road. So this is a half an acre lot. There is one single family home on this pre-existing. This is a lot that already is getting sewer service. So they are looking to hook up to water as well, which requires them to petition for annexation. It's zoned R1. It's in the Swift Creek overlay district. It is in an area with known service concerns. Again, NFPA standard response times for this not met, but the standard is 8 minutes. So if it's brought into the city today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District D. If you have questions, here to help you out.
Any questions? Okay, open the hearing, close the hearing.
I move to approve the annexation.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Next is AX 1824 Barrington Drive.
All right, thank you. So as we move down the line, this is another residential parcel. So this is roughly 1 acre zoned R4. There is a pre-existing single-family home on this lot as well. They would like to hook up to water and sewer. That water and sewer is adjacent to the lot, so you're looking at Barrington Village Lane, right almost up to the property. There is a service consideration on this property as well, being outside of the standard NFPA response times. It is in an area of, it's in a subdivision surrounded by other single-family homes. The last parcel that is being brought in, or the last parcel that has not been brought into the city. You can see the current zoning there and the surrounding homes and some manufactured housing as well. And there's the site location, so you can see the home there that's already built. And site topography and floodplain, no flood issues identified, and there's a view of the home. If you have any questions on this, certainly here to answer them for you. So.
Okay, any questions? All right, I will open the hearing and close the hearing then.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
AX 1924 Eagle Crest Way.
Great, thank you. And this is the last annexation that we have on the agenda today. So you're looking at 2021 Eagle Crest Way. This is a parcel that's recently of an approved subdivision. It's part of the Eagle Crest Industrial Park. So this is zoned heavy industrial with a scenic highway overlaid district because it is right next to I-40. It sits on 68 acres. The proposed use for this property is an industrial warehouse space. There are approved site plans on this property. There's water and sewer adjacent to the site. You can see the site. It's supposed to show utility location. So for whatever reason, that's not. Oh, it is there. I'm sorry. It's a lot more visible on the small screen. So if you look at the portion of the property that is right there, that little stub, you see water and sewer coming into there. And then you've also got water lines over in Auburn Church Road. So it's the current zoning. It's heavy industrial. It's in an area that's an industrial park. It's part of a phase of an industrial park, and no flood. That's topography. There's no floodplain issues there as well. So this is in an area of known service concerns, again, being outside of that 8-minute standard NFPA standard response time. Certainly can answer any questions you have on this. If it's annexed today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of District C, and the applicant is here as well and can answer any questions if you have them.
Yeah, so just questions. So you said this is in site plan currently?
It is. It does have a. So it has a approved. Or I'm sorry, I take that back. It's under review. So the subdivision has been approved. So I misspoke. The two plans that you see here, the SPR 209/2023, and there's ASR 0110/2022. They're under review currently.
Okay. Can we hear from the applicant on what they are looking to build here?
Sure. Absolutely. So thank you.
Oh yeah, we have a public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have a hearing. But she said no one signed up. Correct?
No one signed up.
Yeah, no one signed up. All right.
Good afternoon. Mark Frederick with Parker Poe, Adams and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant. This is the second phase of an industrial park. The SPR proposes 2 buildings, 1 or 2 buildings, I can't quite remember right now, approximately 600,000 square feet within those buildings.
So you said this is the second phase. Where's the first phase?
The first phase was, it is these 2 parcels along Auburn Church Road that are that were annexed about 2 years ago with that first phase, the approval of the site plans.
Okay, and that's where the water's coming source. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, so not for you, Mark, but feel free to stay nearby. So all of the cases we've had today have been in areas of known fire consideration, but according to the staff report, this one's like fairly significantly outside. You know, the chart in a perfect world would say 4, 6, 8, 8, 8, and 8. And it's, on this case, 9, 11, 11, 12, 13, and 17. So so many of them are almost double the amount of time we'd expect. So I guess my wonder is a perennial wonder, how's the fire master plan going?
I will defer to fire to answer those. All right. Okay, there you go. Come on in. Thanks.
I don't see Chief Griffin, so I'm Andrea with the Raleigh Fire Department. Currently, we're still working in the data gathering phase of working with Dark Horse, our consultant, to get that project moving, but definitely in early phases currently.
Okay. Do you have a loose estimate of when we'll see the results?
I know there is one, and I can follow up with it, but I'm not quite sure at this moment.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Just one question for the applicant. When are you looking to start construction?
As soon as possible. We are pretty far along in the approval process, so this is on that critical timeline.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Councilmember Patton opposed.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have another street closing. This is College View Avenue right-of-way.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Amanda Jones in Transportation. I have a brief presentation for you about the proposed closure on College View Avenue. So here's a map, and College View Avenue is located between Western Boulevard and Avent Ferry Road. It is just south of North Carolina State University. The location in red is the closure area, and that's a small 200 square foot proposed closure. So this closure is due to excess of right-of-way for the neighborhood street type. There is an approved site plan for 226 apartment units for student housing that is conditioned on this closure, and this does align with T 2.7 of the 2030 comprehensive plan. Here is some pictures. It is the area located where there's the 4 trees currently. And that was my presentation.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, so this area, just so I understand, is city-owned because it's right-of-way, and they would likely cut the trees down?
Correct. There is a plan in review right now for the student housing. So what's proposed right there is they are going to widen the sidewalk, and it would be grass where that is now, and then the building close by.
And are they giving us anything for this?
Yes, they are dedicating right away. It is quite a big development. They're dedicating quite a bit on College View, but also there is Varsity Drive that is on the other side where they're also dedicating, I think, I don't have the exact number, but they are dedicating the correct amount of right-of-way for both neighborhood streets.
So is that in exchange, or they would already have to do that?
They would already have to do that with the development.
So we're not necessarily getting anything extra by giving them this? We're losing 4 trees. I'm just trying to figure out, are we getting anything out of this?
We are losing 4 trees. Without this closure, they might not be able to do the development. This is contingent on this closure. So I guess we wouldn't get the right of way if we didn't approve this.
Is this on our land or their land, this right away? That we're,
The right of way is ours.
I know you, like, for instance, people have right of ways in their yard, but they still mow and cut the grass every day on it. It's just the right of way that hasn't been developed. Is this one of those situations?
Yes, this is on the frontage of that property.
Okay, thank you.
You look like you want to say something. Okay, because you look like you about to pop up. Okay. I was making sure.
And I'm sorry, is the property owner here or anyone representing this
They
person?
did not sign up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious if they would give us 4 trees or put them somewhere else.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would just add, and I don't want to throw a wrench in this, but we are getting 226 apartment units on vacant land, and if they're able to do the development, then they're going to have to do the neighborhood streetways on the other 2 sites, which are going to improve the, I'm assuming, walkable nature of the entire site. And so I think the development in itself is inherently a net positive just from the housing units and the right-of-way improvements surrounding their site. So.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move to proceed with the closing and adopt the resolution ordering the closing and related actions with the conditions outlined herein.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, Councilmember Harrison opposed. All right, next we have rezoning Z 8322 Hillsborough Street and Turner Street. This is a continuation of the hearing.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is a continuation of the hearing. You deferred it from the August 20th meeting to allow the applicant to submit revised conditions, which they have done. The changes are a mix of adding new conditions and making amendments to some that were already offered. So a condition has been added that would prohibit non-residential uses south of the transmission easement line. The condition that had already been offered, limiting building height south of that transmission line area, has been amended to add height in feet to it. Previously, it was just 5 stories. And then a condition was added that would limit any building that contains an overnight lodging use to no more than 5 stories. And then there are a handful of offered conditions that apply in certain development scenarios. Those were amended to include when a mixed-use building type is pursued. And then to those conditions that apply in those cases, one new one was added that the developer would install a vertical element along the Hillsborough Street bike lane that would create a sort of a separated bike lane subject to city approval. The already offered condition requiring outdoor amenity areas in the transmission line was amended so that each area subject to that condition would have to include at least 2 species of plants native to North Carolina. And then finally, a condition requiring affordable units be provided was amended in a few places. The amount of units was increased from 3% to 5%. The affordability level was increased from 80% AMI to 60% AMI or less, and then the duration of that was increased from 18 years to 20 years. So that's the summary of the revisions today. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, any questions?
Can you go back to condition 12? Now the lawyer's gonna know what I'm about to ask, right? The lawyers don't know? C, P, and L? Did y'all?
Yeah, so
Okay.
that condition, if you look in the actual condition language, it references a book of maps and page number, and that is how that easement is referenced in that.
So if there,
place.
I mean, I guess maybe I'll talk to the lawyers offline because I'm just kind of curious if the entity no longer exists, how does that get enforced? But we'll have an offline conversation about that. This is a legal thing.
It's the bar question.
It's a bar question.
That's right.
You know that's
we took the bar a long time ago, so we don't remember.
Any other questions of staff? Okay. The hearing was kept open. No one has signed up to speak in opposition. I know Worth Mills is here. If there's... Not signed up.
I just want to check, did you want to come up and speak? Do we?
Well,
how does
I
that
just
work?
wanted to know if he would come up in case there's any questions.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate if Worth could talk about any changes to the case since we last saw it.
Sure.
And then I would appreciate just some input from anyone who's been involved from the neighborhood in terms of looking at the small area plan and just connecting on this case with regards to public benefits.
Absolutely. So again, just to outline what we have changed to our case, we have prohibited non-residential uses south of the Duke Power easement. We've lowered the building height to 5 stories and 60 feet south of that easement, which is only 10 feet higher than what is currently permitted and 8 feet less than what is permitted in a 4-story zoning. Any overnight lodging use would have to be housed within a 5-story building or less. We've offered additional bike protections to cyclists along the future Hillsborough Street bike lane. We've increased our affordable housing condition to 5% of units at 60% AMI for 20 years. Our estimates for development on this property are 320 to 350 units, which translates to anywhere from 16 to 18 affordable units. Currently, there are 8 active leases on this assemblage today that are not deed restricted. 1 lease qualifies as 60% AMI, 4 leases qualify as 70% AMI, 1 lease qualifies as 80, 2 are above 80. So I think with the expectation of hundreds of units plus the 5% condition, we're going to be providing significantly more affordable housing than what is currently offered today. But happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Okay, any questions of Worth?
I just wanted to say thank you to Worth and your team for being in communication, very regularly, both with myself on this case and with neighbors. I think the public benefits here are tremendous and, really do show what can be done. So I want to thank you. And I did want to ask specifically to any neighbors that have been involved. I do see Ms. Bailey. I don't know if anyone else is here, but just about your experience working on this case. I know that you have played a major role. So I just want to ask Ms. Bailey kind of how that has gone.
Thank you. We did spend some time, and I appreciate all of the counselors that listened to me when I told you about this project. What's of significance with this particular development is that it's within a transit-oriented development area. So not only were they asking to go beyond what the small area plan was, I think we really needed to make sure we got this right. And I do believe we got this right. I believe it is providing enough community benefits to warrant building taller than the area plan and for allowing for the others. So, and the reason also I want you to make note of the small area plan is that this is on the south side of the street. It's not next to any other neighborhood. So I think this project was good, and I do appreciate Worth and the applicant going and providing more affordable housing than we're losing. So I think this is a really good project. It's going to be a win-win. We're going to be coming out ahead on affordable housing. So we need not only the big projects that you all did today, but every other rezoning. If we could just add in, this is going to be let's say 15 units. Yeah. We need that all over the city. So we're happy with the way it's resolved.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey, and for all the neighbors that have been involved, again, to the developer team. I think with that, I don't know if there's any other comments or questions.
I have to close the hearing, so we will do that. I take it you have a motion.
Yes. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 17th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z3923, Nowell Road.
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone 2 parcels totaling about 2 acres on the east side of Knoll Road. You opened the public hearing for this item back in March, on March 19th. It was discussed by the Growth and Natural Resources Committee on August 27th and reported out on September 3rd. Since that meeting, the applicant has made a number of changes to the conditions that I'll review. Just as an overview or a review, the site is located north of 54, east of 40, again on the east side of Knoll Road. The changes to conditions, so there are 9 total conditions proposed now. The first 7 are what you've seen before, with a slight change to number 2 just to improve clarity and enforceability. No changes to 5, 6, or 7. And then the new conditions, the changes here, the applicant has added a condition that if a 4-story building is developed on the property, the rear building setback shall be increased from what was previously proposed to 135 feet. The building setback from the primary street shall be increased from what the otherwise are proposed by the conditions to 30 feet. The maximum building height shall be 50 feet, and then add some specifications for a protective yard adjacent to the parcels to the rear of the site. And then the 9th condition is also a new condition capping residential development to 65 total dwelling units. Planning Commission has recommended approval of this item unanimously. I know the applicant is here. I'm happy to answer any questions as well if you have them.
Any questions? Okay.
This is more of I guess, just a question for especially the GNR committee that heard this case. From my look at these conditions, they do corroborate, or correlate with our discussion, and I just wanted to ensure that they also did from your perspectives, and I do feel comfortable with where we landed. I really do appreciate these extra conditions around the 4 stories. I think that was, the hulking of a potential building next to a smaller neighborhood was the big concern, and I think we've made progress there. So just wanted to more put that out to the committee to confirm.
Yeah, the revisions match my memory of our conversation.
Okay. Just a reminder, no one has signed up in opposition. The hearing is still open. Isabel, does anybody have any questions for Isabel Maddox? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 17th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for your work on this. All right, next we have report and recommendation of the EDI committee.
No report. We have 2 items pending. The only one that I think has anything we can move on is the Downtown Raleigh Economic Development Strategy, but I am not sure if staff has anything ready for us for this month. I will go ahead and announce a meeting for Tuesday.
Well, why don't we?
And Mr. Raleigh just responded that yes, we do. So it's Tuesday, September 24th at 1:30 in the council chambers, and we will be taking up our continued discussion on the Downtown Raleigh Economic Development Strategy.
Okay. GNR?
No report, no items pending.
Okay. Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee, we will be meeting at 11:30 on Tuesday, and we have 2 items. One is the revenue capture options, the other is Midtown St. Albans area plan.
Transportation will be meeting September 26th here in the chamber at 3 p.m. We have 3 items pending. 2 I know for sure we plan on getting to: the Brookside Drive Safety Initiative, and the bicycle lane design and implementation. And if time permits, I pray we can talk about the 2-hour parking time limits on St. Mary.
Thank you. All right, next we have a report of Mayor and City Council. Start with Councilmember Melton.
No report.
Great, I'll use all your time. Just wanted to lift up some good stuff from consent. There was information there about our participation in the PFAS class action lawsuit, which is in which the polluter pays, and this is ultimately good for our residents as our water department works to keep our water clean. We authorized the Housing Authority to issue debt service for 919 at Crosslink, which is 142 units of affordable housing that they'll build. We also adjusted the lease with DHIC so that they can get financing to rehabilitate the affordable units at Jeffries Ridge. We purchased land in Zebulon to protect, that'll add to the available area for the Little Creek wastewater treatment plant, which I appreciate as like commitment to forward planning as we continue to grow. And then really notably, we executed the contracts for administrators of the Bringing Neighbors Home pilot program, the homelessness response programs. So I'm just excited to see all the little steps that are moving us toward that homelessness response. So that's all good stuff from consent. The one thing I do have as an action item, I was just reviewing the manager's update from August 16th, and it had information about how many folks had signed up for fair assistance programs. And I was hoping we could get a comparison to the last reasonable data point. And obviously, fairs have been suspended for several years, so maybe like the number of people enrolled in fair assistance for like 2019 or something like that, if we could see the comparison between current signups for those same programs. So that's all I got.
Just two quick items. The first one is staff sent me an email after going out to Cooper Road today to address standing water that's on the roadway. I just asked if staff can look into this a little deeper and come up with options to address this standing water issue, because I definitely see it as a safety issue whenever we have inclement weather. And lastly is District C meeting will be held this Saturday at 10 a.m. at 1214 East Lenoir Street. It's the Nexus building right there on the corner of Rock Quarry and Lenoir. And I look forward to all residents that come out.
Thank you.
Two items for me. First is a thank you to Captain Notch with RPD. He and I spoke with about 30 neighbors on Wilmington Street who live near the corner of Wilmington and Pecan Road a week or two ago. And there are some public safety issues in that area. And I know that RPD sees it as a hot spot and has been focusing additional attention there. And I really appreciate their efforts. I appreciate that Captain Notch was there and able to speak about everything they're doing. And I did want to ask, I don't know, Marshall, if this would be the best way to do it, but a manager's update about that particular hotspot area, because just to make sure that the resources that are needed by RPD there that they have, I'm curious about their efforts and if there's any ways that we can support them. I know those neighbors have been affected by folks who are unfortunately stealing cars, stealing things out of cars, sometimes going in their homes when they shouldn't, trespassing, that kind of stuff. And I think it's related to folks who have some drug issues and not making very smart decisions. So again, really appreciate Captain Notch. Also, we will have a District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting this Saturday, September 21st at 9:30 a.m. Healing Transitions is going to provide a presentation about their work to help folks that are experiencing homelessness, especially with alcohol and substance use issues. And they're going to teach us how to use Narcan in the case of an overdose. So please come. That's at Lake Johnson, the Crowder Center.
Thank you. I have two items as well. I received some video of some massive flooding in somebody's backyard. It seems to be coming from the church behind this person's yard. I'm wondering if I could have staff look at this issue. The address is 1421 Scales Street. And the church is located at 1500 Glenwood Avenue. It's pretty messy. And apparently there was a new pipe put in, so I want to make sure all the rules were followed and no repercussions. The other item I have relates to Raleigh Union Station. My understanding is that Raleigh Union Station allows for nonprofits to use that space 6 times during the year for different events or fundraisers. And the Women's Center of Wake County had asked about hosting their fundraiser there and was told all 6 freebies have already been taken. You know, we've had a lot of talk about unsheltered, and the work that they do is amazing. I'm wondering if we could perhaps allow them to host that there. And also, I want to ask, where did we come up with a number of 6? And would it be possible to maybe do something once a month there for nonprofits instead of just 6 times a year? I don't know what the cost of that would be or the cost implications, but if you could just come back with a report and also let us know whether the Women's Center would be allowed to use this, I would appreciate it. Instead of asking for council contingency money, that's how I'm asking. Okay. All right. Now we're on to appointments.
Good afternoon. Design Review Commission, this is under appointments, 1 alternate vacancy. Councilmember Jones did nominate Brian Williams, so that will appear on your next ballot. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, community member category. Kimberly Tyson received 7 votes. However, I will, City Attorney, Councilmember Jones did have to leave, so technically I don't believe her vote should be counted. These individuals still did get enough votes with Councilmember Jones not here, so let me just, if Councilmember Jones departed the meeting, I should not include her vote on the matter.
Yeah, I thought if they were, my understanding, Madam Mayor, if someone's present and then they have to leave and it's excused and their votes could count, but if they weren't here at all, then it wouldn't count.
That's what the city attorney just said. She was here and excused, so it counts.
So she is counting. Okay. Thank you. Kimberly Tyson.
That is correct. Because I'm getting a mixed message here. Is that accurate?
She's excused, so her vote doesn't count. Had she been here and left without being excused, then her vote would count. But what I'm hearing Cassidy say is we still have enough regardless for the
But just
appointment.
her vote isn't counted.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
I'll take her off. Okay. So Kimberly Tyson received 6 votes, so would be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, community member category. Michael Okeke received 6 votes, so would be appointed. Human Relations Commission, 1 alternate vacancy, Councilmember Jones nominated Kunal Choksi, so that will appear on your next ballot. Police Advisory Board.
Hang on. I don't think she can nominate, but I'll just, I'll renew her nomination so it can roll to the next ballot.
Police Advisory Board, 1 alternate vacancy, no nominees, so this will appear on your next ballot.
For the Police Advisory Board, I also, it's an alternate vacancy, yes, right?
Mhm.
For the person we just elevated.
Right.
I'm just going to
And then the other
flag
one.
that there's another regular vacancy that's going to appear. The chair has already contacted me and asked that we elevate the other alternate, and so then we'll have we'll have 2 alternate vacancies coming up. But I just wanted to flag that because we missed it one other time, and we were nominating new regular people when alternates weren't getting elevated. So I want to make sure we flag that. And they emailed me, so I told them I'd bring it up today.
Are you requesting to do that today, or would you like to wait until?
If you could just make sure it's in the minutes that we remember to do it,
Yeah.
that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, we were just informed of that today, so that was slated to be on your next agenda. In the meantime, also getting attendance information for that alternate, the sole alternate that is eligible. Raleigh Transit Authority, Johnny Lee Thomas received 6 votes, so would be appointed. Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Again, Councilmember Jones nominated Robert Pascal Jr. If someone wishes to accept that nomination.
You can just record me as nominating Robert Pascal Jr.
Down to nominations, Civil Service Commission, 1 regular vacancy. The term of at-large member Philip Rubin is expiring. He does not wish to be considered for reappointment per city code. He will continue to serve until replaced, so that will appear on your next ballot.
Do we have any information on the skill sets we're looking for that board?
We do not, let me pull up the roster here.
They're all typically attorneys other than the 2
Well, yeah, I just want to know if this is an attorney's position or.
This is at large. So we have, do you have some of those slotted positions there? 2 at large, 1 representing private industry or business, attorney, and then 2 employee representatives. This is just a general at large.
What is this person's background?
Phil Rubin is an attorney.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh, his specific background, and not rather than the slot that he fills. I'm not sure.
He has worked both this is my recollection, so both in private practice and for the state. He's worked in litigation for in those areas.
Thank you.
All right. Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Edna Rich Ballantyne is expiring. She's not eligible for reappointment. Due to length of service per city code, she will continue to serve until replaced. That will appear in your next ballot. Human Relations Commission, request has been submitted by the Human Relations Commission to remove 2 board members due to attendance issues. Additional information was included in the agenda packet, further detailing the request, including a letter from the chair. If the council does wish to consider the commission's ask, it may also wish to elevate the current alternate member to fill one of the newly created vacancies.
Do we have information on, have you spoken with either of these folks who they want to remove?
Me personally, I have not.
Mayor, Alexandria Webb is someone that I nominated. She actually has relocated.
Okay.
Does not live in Raleigh anymore.
I'm just wondering about Roderick Marshall then. I mean, I like to be empathetic. Sometimes people don't show up because they got very sick or something bad happened in their family, whatnot. I'd always like to know what the reason is. I would be fine if we removed Alexandria Webb, appointed Dr. Chima to that position, but I would like it if somebody could reach out and just kind of get an explanation that they could give to us.
Second. Was that a motion?
Yep.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Raleigh Historic Development Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Resignation has been received from Tracy Kuntz, and the RHDC Nominations Committee is recommending the appointment of Melissa Todd as a replacement. And a memo outlining this request is included in your agenda materials.
Okay.
Move to.
I haven't looked at, this is on me. I haven't read this yet, so can we maybe
You wanna
roll it?
roll
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
We'll hold it. Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Okay, city clerk.
Several sets of minutes were included with your agenda materials for approval.
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, now we have closed session. So I'm going to make a motion for closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege, and also GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the performance of an individual public officer or employee. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. We have returned from closed session where an evaluation of the city attorney occurred. Council has voted to provide the city attorney with a 6.7% increase for the evaluation year effective September 7th, 2024, with the mayor signing the appropriate addendum this week. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we are now officially adjourned.